The sky above the Ural Reserve had not been blue in 11 years. Not since the first Regency survey drones crossed the upper atmosphere and scorched the cloud cover with their displacement engines, leaving a permanent gray haze that pressed down on the tree line like a thumb on a bruise. The animals had stopped looking up after the second pass. They had learned, the way animals always learn, that things descending from that particular shade of gray arrived with pain. The humans hadn't stopped looking up. That was the first difference. Elias stood at the edge of the processing yard, with his hands folded at his waist and his eyes on the cracked concrete between his boots, which was exactly where they were supposed to be, and counted the seconds between each vibration moving through his soles. The Aurelian had been holding position for 47 minutes. He hadn't started counting when the shadow swallowed the eastern fence line. He'd started when the first subsonic harmonic reached him through the earth itself, a deep tectonic murmur that no scanner in the delegation would register as anything other than geological noise. 47 minutes. He knew the number precisely, because Elias didn't stop counting for anything. Counting was how you knew when things were about to change. The ship was 3 kilometers of reinforced Imperial hull, hanging in the lower atmosphere like a cathedral turned upside down. Its ventral arrays pointed at the Earth with the particular arrogance of something that had genuinely never considered whether the Earth might point back. It blocked the light over half the reserve. The shadows it cast were cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. The kind of cold that comes from something enormous deciding that you and everything around you is real estate. Animals in the outer pens had gone quiet. Even the wolves, which hadn't gone quiet for anything in recorded memory, had pressed themselves against the inner walls of their enclosures and waited, ears flat, with that ancient animal understanding that something in the sky was vast and had not yet decided they were worth its attention. He kept his hands folded, his back stayed curved. He'd been practicing the curve. The yard smelled of scorched grass and ozone, and underneath both, the dense mammalian musk of the holding pens, tiger, bear, the iron-rich brine of the great white tanks that the ground crew had spent 16 hours pressurizing for transit. 12 specimens total. 4 months of preparation, 2 of which had been spent obtaining the kind of operational access that required no technology at all, just paperwork and patience, and the Imperial Regency's complete certainty that the people filling out that paperwork were not a threat worth reading past the first line. One Imperial High Collector, now 47 minutes from touching the ground of a planet he believed he owned. Elias had 4 months of patience still in him. He'd built it specifically for this. The shuttle descended in stages, each stage announced by a subsonic thrum that arrived in the back teeth before it reached the ears. Imperial engineering loved ceremony. Every mechanical function was a performance. The landing struts deployed with a hiss of compressed gas and a 4-beat sequence so precise it had to be intentional. An engineering choice dressed as inevitability, the sound of a species that had decided long ago that the universe arranged itself around them and had simply never encountered anything willing to explain the error. The ramp lowered. The delegation came down. Commander Vax was taller than the briefings had described and considerably thinner, with the particular leanness of a species that had optimized itself across enough centuries that muscle had stopped being recruited. His robes were the color of the inside of a nautilus shell, iridescent white shading to pale gold at every moving edge, and they shifted around him like water, like the fabric had been engineered to never quite settle. He wore no weapons. He had never needed to. Behind him came 4 members of the High Guard in reflective armor, blasters holstered with practiced disinterest, visors down, their footfalls synchronized in a way that spoke of drilling so deep it had become neurological. Behind them, a technical aide carrying a scanning array the size of a human forearm, already pulsing with soft blue light, already sorting the yard into threat categories that had been constructed by a civilization that had never once been wrong about what was dangerous. Vax surveyed the processing yard the way a man surveys a menu. Elias bent at the hips, deep, slow, hands still folded, eyes directed at the concrete 6 centimeters in front of his feet. He held it for a count of 5, one longer than the greeting protocol required, which was the kind of detail that Vax's type always noticed and always filed away as confirmation of exactly what they already believed about the thing bowing at them. The scanner swept the yard in a long, even pass. The technical aide murmured in clipped Regency tonal. The display populated with cascading biological readouts, sorting automatically by threat coefficient, the Imperial AI doing in 2 seconds what had taken Elias's analysts 3 months to reconstruct from intercepted signal data. He didn't need to see the screen. He'd studied the Regency Classification Index for 8 months. He knew what it said before it said it. Biological Grade D, non-threat. Weapons Index, 0. Aggression, coefficient, sub-threshold. The humans on this yard read as ambient noise, furniture with a pulse. Less interesting to the Regency sensor suite than the kinetic field emitters running along the holding structure walls. "Your specimens have arrived intact, my lord," Elias said. Low and rough, slightly subordinate in its rhythm, the voice he'd built over 4 months until it sat in his throat like something he'd always carried. "The Siberian tiger required light sedation for pre-transport prep. She'll be fully ambulatory within 6 hours of departure. The marine specimens are pressurized and stable. 1 stress casualty in the primate section during atmospheric pre-treatment, but the remainder of the collection is within optimal parameters." "You speak before being addressed," Vax said. He said it the way you might note an unfamiliar sound from a ventilation duct. Mild, without particular interest in the resolution. This was the part that required the most disciplined absorption, the complete absence of contempt in the delivery. It wasn't cruelty, it was simply the categorization of a behavioral anomaly in something that did not, in the final analysis, require much accommodation. Elias lowered his eyes again immediately. "Forgive me, my lord. I intended only to expedite your assessment. It won't happen again." Vax moved past him without further acknowledgement, his robes leaving a faint luminescent trace in the dust that evaporated within seconds, as though even his passage through a space needed to be clean. The High Guard fell into formation. Elias stepped into place 3 paces back and to the left, the slot occupied by useful things that do not need to be looked at, and followed. The holding structure was a converted agricultural barn, refitted with kinetic barrier emitters along every wall. The barriers ran at a frequency just above the range of human comfort, a sustained vibration behind the eyes that never quite resolved into pain, but never permitted you to forget it was present. The animals hated it. Most of them had retreated to the rear walls of their enclosures and stayed there, pressed flat against the metal with their ears down, doing the particular kind of stillness that large predators execute when they have decided that waiting is the correct response to the unknown. Koba had not retreated. The Siberian tiger lay in the exact center of her enclosure, 312 kilograms of her, nearly 4 meters from nose to tail, and entirely unhurried about it. She had tracked Vax from the moment he crossed the threshold, not the way a frightened animal marks a danger, the way a hunter marks a thing it hasn't yet categorized. Her eyes moved from the commander to Elias and back, and her tail moved once, slow and horizontal, and she did not blink. Elias noted it, filed it, moved on. The barn's interior was not quiet. The kinetic barriers produced a layered acoustic environment. The baseline emitter hum, the breathing of 12 large animals doing the calculus of survival, the distant mechanical pulse of the processing yard's pressurization units running their cycles on the shark tanks. Elias had spent 2 weeks learning the sonic signature of this building. He knew which frequencies masked footsteps and which ones carried vibration through the concrete. He knew the barriers reset their harmonic cycle every 90 seconds, and that the reset produced a 2-second window where the emitters drew enough power to cause a slight brownout in the secondary sensor grid. 2 seconds every 90. He had not mentioned this to Vax. Vax stopped in front of the barrier and regarded the tiger with the focused appreciation of a collector assessing an acquisition's condition. The aide ran the scanner across the enclosure. The readout came back clean. Health metrics, mass, behavioral classification, estimated transport compliance rating. Vax tilted his head a precise degree. "She is magnificent," he said. The word landed flat. Not warmth. Appraisal. "She is, my lord," Elias said. 2 years in the reserve collection, fully documented, behavioral profile, physiological metrics, feeding requirements and schedule. My team can provide complete integration materials for the royal menagerie. We've worked with her long enough to know her preferences." A sound from the far side of the barn, sharp, immediate, the crack of a hard plastic casing against concrete, followed by the scatter of small metal components across the floor. Every high guard hand went to a holster in the same fraction of a second, and the scanner swung around and swept the source in one smooth arc. Sarah was on her knees by the secondary storage rack, gathering spilled cleaning equipment with quick, apologetic movements, her face cycling through what appeared to be genuine mortification. The particular expression of someone so far out of their depth in distinguished company that they have become a liability to themselves. "I'm so sorry. The latch wasn't seated. I'm so sorry. I'll get it cleaned up right away. I'll have it." The high guard hands moved away from the holsters. The scanner completed its sweep of the spilled contents, resolved the chemical packets and cleaning instruments as sanitation-grade biological maintenance supplies, exactly what the manifest said they were, and returned to rest. Vax had not looked at her at all. She was, by every metric his technology cared about, less interesting than the drain beneath her knees. That was, of course, the point. Elias turned back to Vax with the expression of a man embarrassed by his staff, which required no genuine performance because his pulse was doing something irregular and his hands wanted to close and he needed both of those things to keep not happening. So the embarrassment had a real quality to it that had nothing to do with Sarah. "Forgive the disruption, my lord. My team is—" He let the pause carry the weight of an unspoken word, eager to make a favorable impression. Vax regarded him for a moment that lasted just past comfortable. Then he turned back to the barrier and looked at the kinetic field shimmering between him and the tiger, and something settled in his posture. A minute shift, a man locating the specific observation he'd traveled 40 light years to confirm. "You require metal walls," Vax said, "to survive proximity to your own specimen." Not an accusation, not mockery in any active sense. He said it the way he would catalog a structural feature, a load-bearing gap, a design flaw that had been compensated through generations of added scaffolding until the original problem was buried and forgotten. You construct elaborate restraint systems to manage the things that manage you. You call yourselves handlers, but the bars are for your protection, not hers. The emitters hummed at their frequency just above comfort. "Your scanners found no weapons on my team, my lord," Elias said, "because we don't need them. We have something better." One beat. "We know what the animals want." Vax made a sound, the Regency equivalent of a laugh, a short exhaled note, precisely rhythmic, entirely without warmth, and returned to his inspection of the tiger. Elias bowed again, long and low and properly sustained, and as he came down, the lens sewn into the collar seam of his handler's tunic, a pinhole aperture producing no electronic signature that anything short of a Regency forensic array would locate, aligned precisely with Vax's face. The barrier array's ambient light fell at exactly the correct angle. The angle Elias had calculated 3 weeks prior using the reserve's architectural schematics, the known specifications of Regency shuttlecraft descent trajectories, and the position of a holding structure that had been built to face east. He'd done the calculation in pencil in a field notebook, because pencil leaves no electronic trace. Left eye, Iris resolved. Right eye. 2 captures. Both clean, both stored. The data sat dormant in the collar seam, waiting for proximity to the relay transmitter Sarah had deployed in the floor drain beneath the secondary storage rack 40 minutes before the shuttle landed, during what had appeared to be a routine pre-inspection chemical inventory. The same inventory during which she had also identified the precise latch tension required to make a case fall at a moment of maximum tactical utility and minimum scrutiny. He held the bow for 5 full counts. He straightened. "We are just the help, my lord," he said. "We keep the real monsters fed so they don't eat us." Vax moved on to the next enclosure. His robes trailed pale light across the concrete. The high guard followed. The scanner swept, and the aide murmured, and the readouts cascaded, cataloging and grading and assigning threat coefficients that would compile into an acquisition report that would reach the royal menagerie before the Aurelian did. A clean, comprehensive document declaring, in every language the Regency trusted, that nothing here required concern. Elias moved with them. 3 paces back, hands folded, eyes correctly down. Everything about him confirming everything the scanner had already decided. Behind him, in the center of her enclosure, Koba had not moved. She was still watching the commander's back with those flat amber eyes, patient in the way of something that has already been accounted for and is simply waiting to see how the accounting resolves. Her tail moved once more, slow and deliberate, and entirely without urgency. The scanner pulsed a final time across the yard. Biological grade D, non-threat. 0 weapons, 0 aggression. Nothing in this reserve worth a second assessment. In the seam of Elias's collar, 2 retinal captures waited in silence. Somewhere below the secondary storage rack, a relay transmitter no larger than a bottle cap received them and stored them, and asked nothing about why a handler needed the commander's eyes. In 36 hours, this man would be in the void between stars, completely alone with his certainty. And certainty was the only weapon Elias was going to let him keep. The Aurelian's shadow stretched across the yard outside, cold and permanent as a brand. 3 kilometers of Imperial invincibility, pointed at the earth. It had not once looked at the earth to see if anything was looking back. Nothing in this reserve required concern. That was the last assessment the Regency would ever get right about this planet. Chapter 2. The Gilded Leash. The loading bay of the Aurelian was white in the way that white is a statement. Not the white of clean surfaces or practical materials, the white of a civilization that had decided cleanliness was proximity to divinity and had engineered its ships accordingly. every surface sealed, every joint beveled smooth, every corner curved so that nothing organic could collect in it. The lighting came from everywhere and cast no shadows. The air smelled of nothing. Even the sound had been processed. The industrial undertones of a 5-kilometer warship filtered down to a low, seamless hum that didn't fill the space so much as erase the possibility of silence. Elias stepped off the transport ramp, and his boots made a sound on the deck, and the deck swallowed it immediately, and he understood in that moment what the ship was designed to communicate. Everything that boards here becomes part of the inventory. He kept his eyes down and counted exits. 3. The main ramp behind him, still lowering the last cargo pallets. A crew access hatch on the port bulkhead, sealed, guard-positioned. A wider freight passage at the far end of the bay, marked with an overhead light strip in the deep amber the Regency used for non-essential transit corridors. Unlocked. No guard, leading aft toward the ship's biological housing sections. He had studied the Aurelian's deck schematics for 4 months, using documents that had required considerable effort to obtain and even more effort to verify, and he had measured the accuracy of those documents from the moment he stepped off the ramp. So far, every measurement matched. That was the kind of thing that felt like relief and was actually just the start of a different kind of work. The bay was large enough to hold the full menagerie transport plus 4 vessels of equivalent mass. The ceiling was 12 meters above the deck plating, supported by structural ribs that curved down the walls in the deliberate arcs of something designed to impress before it was designed to function. Along the far wall, 6 kinetic processing stations waited. Barrier-equipped examination bays where specimens were assessed, cataloged, and assigned their place in the ship's biological ledger. Each one was currently occupied by a member of Elias's team, hands raised, standing still while Imperial processing staff ran sensor arrays across their bodies with the bored efficiency of people performing a task they had never once found interesting. The gravity was wrong, not dramatically, nothing that produced immediate physiological distress, but the Aurelian ran at 1.14 standard, a preference Elias had found in the technical specifications and had spent 3 weeks learning to move in using a weighted training rig in a basement outside Novosibirsk. The extra load was enough to make the joints register every footfall, enough to make the lungs work slightly harder, enough across days to accumulate fatigue in a way that was difficult to distinguish from the normal wear of transit. He filed the number, adjusted his gait by 2%, and kept walking toward the processing station where a guard was gesturing with a sweep of one elongated hand. The guard was nearly 2 meters tall, built along the proportions of something that had evolved under higher gravity than this ship ran, long-limbed with the density in the shoulder and neck of a species that had once needed it and never entirely let go. His armor was reflective ceramic composite, sealed at every joint. The blaster at his hip was holstered with a retention clip that required a deliberate 2-stage release to draw. A design choice that communicated institutional confidence in threat assessment. He had never, Elias estimated, been in a room with something that surprised him. "Restraints off, arms up, stand on the markers." Elias raised his arms, stood on the markers. The scanner swept him from boots to crown in one smooth pass, and the readout populated on the guard's wrist display before the sweep finished. The guard's eyes tracked across it with the quality of someone confirming rather than reading. Nothing in the data required reading. It simply confirmed what the guard already knew, which was that the thing standing on the markers was not a threat. The kit. Elias removed it from the chest pocket of his tunic and held it out. The guard took it with 2 fingers, opened it without looking at him, swept the scanner across the contents. Soap tablets, crystalline cleaning compound, 2 cloth packets of enzymatic cleaner, a sealed blister of antiseptic foam, and the small flat case of micro-bore applicators used for cage surface sterilization. Maintenance-grade consumables, bio-origin, zero energy signature. The scanner assigned them a classification code that translated in Regency inventory taxonomy to biological waste management supplies. The guard dropped the kit on the edge of the station and gestured at Elias to collect it. He collected it, folded his hands, moved to the assembly area along the starboard wall where the rest of the team was gathering under the watch of 2 additional guards. Sarah was 3 positions ahead of him, already processed, standing with her kit resecured and her hands loose at her sides, and her eyes doing the thing they did when she was tracking multiple variables that were not in front of her face. She didn't look at him. He didn't look at her. He looked at the processing station she'd just cleared, at the floor drain in the deck plating 2 meters to the left of the examination bay, at the gap between the station's structural housing and the wall, a gap of approximately 40 centimeters, deep enough to be in shadow, outside the direct coverage arc of the bay's overhead sensors. The gap was exactly what the reserve floor schematics had shown. The drain was exactly where the Aurelian's maintenance blueprints had placed it. He looked at Sarah's hands. Her right thumb was against her palm in the particular position it occupied when she had already done a thing and was waiting for him to catch up. The first microtransmitter was in the drain. He had not seen her do it. That was the point. Sarah moved through security processing the way water moves through a gap. Not by force, but by finding the exact shape of the opening and becoming it. During the strip search, her kit had been opened, inventoried, declared irrelevant, and returned to her. The scanning staff had been thorough by their own standards, which were built around the assumption that dangerous things had energy signatures. The transmitter had no energy signature. It was inert until it received a specific low-frequency acoustic pulse, at which point it would wake, orient, and begin passing signal. It was built from materials sourced from 4 different civilian markets, assembled in a room with no electronic devices, and was effectively invisible to every detection system the Regency had deployed on this ship because the Regency's detection systems had been designed to find weapons, and this was not a weapon. It was a conversation starter. The menagerie crates came off the transport in a separate operation, handled by an automated loading system that moved each kinetic cage onto a grav pallet and ferried it aft with mechanical indifference. Koba's crate passed close enough that Elias could hear the silence of her. Not the sound of an animal in a container, but the specific weighted silence of something that has assessed its situation and decided to wait. He didn't look at the crate. He knew the difference between her varieties of silence the way he knew the difference between types of terrain, and this one said she had taken the measure of the space and found it manageable. "Handlers to cargo section 7, a processing officer announced, reading from a manifest. "Organic support staff, kennel assignment, berths allocated adjacent to specimen housing." One of the guards at the assembly area said something in Regency tonal that the translation emitter caught partially. The word that came through clearly was kennel, and the word before it rendered as appropriate, and the word after it rendered as symmetry. "They smell like fear, Commander, both the cats and the apes." He was addressing another guard rather than Vax, who was not in this bay and would not be in this bay, but the delivery was identical to the register used for Vax. They spoke upward, even when speaking sideways. Performance acculturated hierarchy, all the way down the chain. Elias noted it and kept walking. The berths in cargo section 7 were recesses cut into the bulkhead opposite the specimen cages, designed for equipment storage rather than habitation. Shallow alcoves, approximately the right width for a human frame, if that human required neither comfort nor horizontal clearance. Each alcove had a single retention bar across the opening. The temperature was regulated for the specimens, not for anything sleeping across from them. The guards had not been told to apologize for any of this, and they hadn't. The team settled without complaint. Complaining served no operational function, and the absence of it confirmed the image formed during intake, that these handlers were stoic and practical and accustomed to conditions below what they were being provided, which was exactly the image that needed confirming. Elias took the alcove nearest the junction of the birth section and the specimen corridor. He set his kit beside him and looked at the cages. The kinetic barriers here ran on a higher harmonic than the reserve, tuned for containment of larger mass at closer quarters, the emitters more densely packed, the field producing a vibration he felt at the base of his sternum rather than behind the eyes. The bears had retreated to the corners of their cages. The grisly 640 kilograms of animal that had never encountered a situation it could not resolve through mass and persistence was sitting with its head between its knees in what read as a full system reboot. The wolves were piled in the center of their shared enclosure, bodies overlapping, pack consolidation under an unclassifiable threat. Koba was watching the door. She had positioned herself in the forward third of her cage, weight forward, the way she positioned herself when something was about to enter a space, and she had not yet made a determination. When Elias settled into the alcove and stayed still, she moved her gaze to him. He met it without looking away. This was the negotiation they had arrived at across 2 years. Not dominance, not submission, mutual acknowledgement. He was not prey. She was not a tool. They were, in whatever language large carnivores and tactical operatives share, colleagues. She settled back onto her haunches, not relaxed, but adjusted. He let the moment sit. In the reserve, the first weeks had been about establishing exactly this, the understanding that he was not a threat that needed managing and not a source of food and not a thing to be ignored. Something in between, which was the most difficult category for a large predator to maintain. She had arrived at it eventually, through the particular combination of consistency and patience that was the only language the process actually required. He had no way to explain to her what was coming. He didn't think he needed to. Animals that had survived long enough to become what she was had a working relationship with the concept of change, and she had already shown him in the first few minutes aboard that she was doing what she always did when the situation was new. She was watching, and she was waiting, and she was not committing to anything yet. He understood the approach entirely. Sarah dropped into the alcove 2 positions down and spent approximately 45 seconds doing nothing visible, which meant she was doing several things invisible. Then she said, at conversational volume, the tone of someone killing time, "I clocked the scan interval on the bay turrets during processing. You know what the coverage floor is? Weight-based. Anything under a certain threshold, the AI just doesn't categorize it as a target." A pause. "Wild design choice, yeah? Real bold confidence in their specimen selection process." "How confident?" Elias said. 90 kilograms confident. We're furniture, boss. Every last one of us. Ship's brain looked right at us and filed us under not applicable." Another pause, and he could hear the particular satisfaction in it. Not gloating, the clean mechanical pleasure of a system working exactly as reverse-engineered. "I've been invisible my whole life. Nice when the math finally agrees." Elias looked at the barrier emitters and said nothing, which was the correct response and also not difficult, because what he was thinking about was not the threshold number, but the 11 months that had preceded it. The requisition forms, and the institutional patience, and the graduate researcher who had done her work without ever being told what it was actually for. 4 months of preparation on the ground. 11 months before that. 15 months of becoming the kind of threat that a civilization only recognizes after it has already let it through the door. 90 kilograms. Under the threshold by a margin, the team had spent 4 months engineering into their loadout and their bodies. The Imperial AI managing this ship's security had evaluated every human in Cargo Section 7 and returned a classification that translated in Regency threat taxonomy as non-factor. The system was not wrong by its own logic. It had simply been built by people who had decided what counted as dangerous before they knew what they were measuring. They weighed less. They moved slowly. They carried nothing electronic that wasn't already cataloged as waste. And somewhere in the loading bay floor drain, a transmitter no larger than a shirt button was sitting in the dark, receiving nothing yet, waiting for the moment when there was something to receive. This was the piece that the people who built the Vermin Protocol had failed to model. They had drawn the threshold at 90 kilograms because the things they considered dangerous were large, and large things that were dangerous had always been large in ways that their sensors could measure. They had built their blind spot with extraordinary precision. They had documented it in their own technical specifications, in a document that was supposed to be classified, in a filing system that had been penetrated not through sophisticated electronic intrusion, but through a series of administrative requests submitted over 11 months by a graduate researcher at a Regency-affiliated xenobiology institute who had since returned to her actual job. The Regency had a blind spot the exact size and shape of a human being, and they had written it down, and Elias had read it, and now he was inside it. The ship's internal AI was not malfunctioning. It was not being deceived. It was performing exactly as designed. That was what made it so useful. The guards at the section entrance kept talking. The ship kept humming its processed, filtered, divinity-adjacent hum. Outside the hull, somewhere in the atmosphere below them, the ground was still there, scarred and gray-skied and full of things that had stopped looking up. Elias closed his eyes, which was what sleeping looked like from the outside, and began counting the seconds between each vibration in the deck plating, and waited for the Aurelian to carry them all somewhere it had never once considered dangerous. Chapter 3. Mapping the Labyrinth. The first thing you learned about the Aurelian's cleaning drones was the sound they made, and the second thing you learned was that the sound was the most important thing about them. Not their coverage patterns, not their sensor arrays, not the chemical dispersal systems that kept every corridor in the ship at a sterile alkaline baseline that sat at the back of the throat like a promise of headache. The sound. A low, rhythmic thud-clack produced by the contact between their drive housings and the deck seams as they moved, regular as a heartbeat, audible through the walls and the floor and the ventilation shafts, audible if you pressed your palm flat against the right bulkhead surface as a vibration that could be read the way you'd read a pulse. Sarah had spent the first 18 hours aboard learning to read it. She learned it was always 3 seconds. Not 3 seconds between drones, 3 seconds of total audio coverage from the cleaning cycle itself, a burst of mechanical noise as the unit's dispersal jets fired and its scrubbers activated and its exhaust vented through the side grills, 3 seconds during which the sound of a boot on a corridor floor was completely absorbed. 3 seconds, every 40 to 45 seconds, in every corridor where a drone was active, which was every corridor that the Imperial crew used and every service passage adjacent to it, because the Aurelian ran its cleaning cycle continuously, and the pristine law meant that not 1 meter of corridor floor was ever allowed to remain unscrubbed for more than 2 minutes at a stretch. 3 seconds every 45. The ship was building them a ladder, one rung at a time. She was in secondary maintenance corridor J7 when she confirmed it, crouched below a leaking coolant valve that she had not reported to the engineering desk because she was not, despite the uniform and the manifest and the submissive tilt she'd practiced into her shoulders, actually here to maintain anything. The coolant valve wept slow and steady along a seam that had probably been weeping for months. Minor pressure loss in a secondary line, the kind of thing a ship this size generated constantly and managed through automated monitoring, that would flag it for repair in the next maintenance cycle, which was 3 days out, which was more than enough time. She'd found it during her first corridor walk the morning after loading, when she'd been performing her assigned specimen care duties and had taken a route to the secondary water supply junction that was approximately 40 meters longer than necessary and had passed through 2 sections of the ship that her handler assignment did not technically require her to visit. The maintenance log in J7 had not been accessed in 11 days. She'd confirmed this by checking the status panel, which was the kind of checking that any handler performing a corridor inspection might do if they were conscientious, which she appeared to be. She pressed her palm to the bulkhead and waited for the drone. Thud clack. She moved. 3 seconds, 4 footfalls, and she was at the access panel for the ventilation shaft junction. The one that, according to the Aurelian's structural documentation that had taken the better part of a year to obtain and cross-reference, connected the secondary maintenance corridor network to the lateral service passage running parallel to the command deck on the port side of the ship. The access panel had a simple magnetic latch. She had the right tool in her left hand before the drone's noise had faded. The shaft was hot. Not uncomfortable hot in the way of a room with poor circulation. Actively pressurized hot, the kind of heat produced by cooling fins that were working very hard in a very confined space, which was the nature of the system. The fins pulled thermal load off the adjacent conduit runs and pushed it into the shaft air, which then circulated toward the ship's heat exchangers in the outer hull. The design worked efficiently. It also meant that anyone who spent more than 3 minutes in a given section of the shaft would begin to produce a thermal signature that the corridor sensors, which were calibrated for the ship's standard ambient and flagged deviations, would potentially register. 3 minutes. Elias had been clear about it before he'd told her anything else about this operation. 3 minutes in any one section, then move. The AI would learn if she stayed. The AI couldn't learn if she kept moving, because movement in a ventilation shaft looked like airflow to a system that had been built to monitor personnel, not physics. She moved. The crawl was approximately the width of her shoulders and the height of her torso lying flat, which meant she was the exact right size for it, and every Imperial crew member aboard was not. The cooling fins were close enough to catch clothing if she wasn't careful and hot enough to blister skin on contact, which meant she was careful, and she moved in the way you move through a space that requires you to be smaller than you actually are. All compact efficiency, no wasted motion, her body solving the geometry of each passage section before she committed to it. She had, years before this operation had existed as anything other than a classified proposal in a file that barely anyone had seen, spent 8 months learning to move like this. The training had been miserable in the specific way that useful training is miserable, and she had been grateful for it every day since in the specific way that you're grateful for things you couldn't have predicted needing. The shaft smelled of recycled air and machine oil and the particular hot metal scent of components under sustained thermal stress. There was no external sound. The ship's ambient processing didn't reach in here, just the shaft's own mechanical voice, the faint hiss of moving air and the thin, irregular tick of the cooling fins contracting and expanding with the thermal load. She had to be silent, not quiet, silent. Every movement she made in here was potentially audible to the sensor nodes in the corridor below if she was careless, because the shaft's acoustic insulation was designed to keep exterior sound out rather than interior sound in, and the Imperials had not considered this a design problem because they had not imagined anything trying to move through a space this size. She counted the junction points as she passed them and built the map. The primary security grid's sensor nodes were positioned at every major corridor junction at a height of 3 meters, calibrated for bipedal targets of Imperial proportions, which placed their effective coverage floor at approximately 1.8 meters above deck level. Below that floor, in the dead zone between sensor coverage and deck, the Vermin Protocol's weight threshold handled threat assessment. She had confirmed the node positions from below over the previous 18 hours by listening to the electromagnetic interference they produced and triangulating the source against her mental model of the ship's corridors. Each node had a refresh cycle. The refresh cycle had a lag. She had been timing the lag since the first morning. It ran to approximately 1.4 seconds, which was not a gap through which you could walk upright. It was, however, a gap through which a human hand could pass, or a transmitter, or a chemical applicator, or anything else that needed to cross from one coverage zone to the next without appearing in the sensor record at all. 1.4 seconds, regular as the cleaning drones, and the ship produced it voluntarily in every corridor on the security deck because the engineers who designed the refresh cycle had been optimizing for processing load, not for the possibility that something would be counting. She found the third junction she needed, confirmed her position against the mental map, and settled for approximately 90 seconds, well inside the 3-minute window, to verify the primary cooling line routing. The heat at this junction was more concentrated than the sections she'd passed through. The cooling fins here were older, running at higher load, the metal tick of expansion and contraction faster and less regular. She pressed 2 fingertips against the conduit housing and felt the thermal pulse beneath them. The lines were carrying load from the command deck's primary systems, which meant they ran hot when the bridge was active and cooled during the watch change. A 40-minute differential, she estimated, between peak load and low. 40 minutes in which the conduit housing would contract enough to create an additional gap at the secondary access panel. A gap she hadn't known to look for until she was inside the shaft, in contact with the actual hardware, reading what the documentation hadn't said. Elias had been right about the lines. They ran directly beneath the command deck's port service passage in a conduit bundle that was accessible from this shaft through a secondary panel that she had not touched yet, because touching it was not this chapter of the work. This chapter was documentation, position, routing, thermal load, access point, the exact geometry of the gap between the conduit housing and the maintenance shaft wall. She committed it in the way she committed everything, which was completely and in order, because the order was how you got it back out again accurately when the situation required accuracy under circumstances that made accuracy difficult. She turned around in the shaft, a process that required approximately 45 seconds and several arrangements of her body that she was glad no one could observe, and headed back toward J7. Elias was at the coolant valve when she returned, crouched beside it with a cloth in one hand and a section of maintenance tubing in the other, in the posture of someone attempting to stop a leak with inadequate tools, which was exactly what the position looked like from the end of the corridor, and was not at all what the position was. He had been there for 11 minutes. She knew because she had counted, And because 11 minutes was comfortably inside the window for a handler performing unscheduled maintenance on a minor coolant leak without generating a work order flag from the engineering desk's automated monitoring. He had deployed 2 microtransmitters in 11 minutes. The maintenance tubing in his hand and the cloth against the valve made the positioning look incidental, a handler bracing against the wall to get leverage on a stubborn fitting. The brace point, she noted, was directly above a floor seam junction where 2 sections of deck plating met at a non-standard angle, creating a recess approximately 4 millimeters deep, running the full length of the seam. 4 millimeters was enough for a transmitter that was designed to be invisible. She hadn't asked where. She would find out when they activated. That was how the sequencing worked. She deployed. He deployed. Neither reported to the other until the positions were relevant, so that what either of them knew at any given moment was limited to what they actually needed to know. If one of them was compromised, the other retained the map. He looked at her when she emerged from the panel, and she gave him the count on her fingers. The number of sensor nodes she'd mapped, represented as a series of gestures that looked like she was stretching her hand from the crawl, and he gave her a small single nod that communicated comprehension and also meant the valve could stop being interesting now. She crouched beside him and picked up the corner of the maintenance cloth because 2 handlers dealing with a coolant problem looked less like a planned rendezvous than one handler finishing up alone. "The containment shields," she said, at the volume of someone talking through a task. "The ones on the specimen cages. What about them?" "They're not symmetric." She worked the cloth into the seam below the valve housing and let it absorb a few seconds of coolant drip. "The output side, toward the interior of the cage, is calibrated for mass over 30 kilograms. Heavy animal, big muscle groups, fast contact, the field activates full strength." She paused for the drone, 2 corridors over, its thud-clack carrying faint but readable through the bulkhead. "The input side is calibrated for the same thing. Big thing hits the field responds. But the field itself, the physical barrier, has a gap in the upper register, above the contact threshold. It's in the frequency spacing between emitters. The engineers built it to stop a grizzly, so they tuned the spacing for a grizzly. Which, yeah, respect the grizzly, obviously. Koba could probably confirm. But here's the thing about building a wall to stop a 300-kilogram apex predator. She paused again, not for the drone this time, for the beat. You get really specific about 300 kilograms, and then everything else just slips through the cracks. "How large?" She held up her hand, spread her fingers. He looked at her hand for a moment. Then he looked at the valve, which had stopped being interesting, and then at the corridor behind them, which was empty. "The Empire built a fortress," he said. "They put us in it with their collection." He stood, folded the maintenance cloth, and tucked it back into his kit with the specific economical motion of someone whose hands had been trained not to linger. "It's not a cage, Sarah. It's a map." She looked at her hand, still spread, still showing him the gap. A human hand, fingers extended, the width of the frequency spacing between 2 containment emitters at the upper register of a shield designed to stop something 30 times her mass. The Aurelian ran its cleaning cycle through the service corridor, thud-clack, 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 each 3-second burst of noise peeling back another layer of the ship's certainty that it knew what was inside it. She lowered her hand. "Rats," she said. "What?" She was already moving back toward the specimen wing, kit in hand, because they had been in this section of corridor for long enough, and the AI had not learned anything yet, and she intended to keep it that way. "Nothing," she said. "Old Earth thing. Doesn't matter." She glanced back once, not at Elias, At the shaft access panel she'd resealed behind her, at the coolant valve with its slow, patient weeping, at the map of this ship's blind spots that now lived completely and in order in a part of her mind that nothing in the Regency's sensor suite could reach. It matters later. She walked, and the drone cycled, and the ship cleaned itself, and knew nothing about what was being built inside it. The security grid refreshed its sensor sweep in 1.4-second intervals, every node, every corridor on the command deck, patient and total, and completely unaware that the intervals were being counted. In J7, the coolant valve kept weeping. No one had filed a repair request. No one was going to. Chapter 4. The Neutral Zone. The jump to slipstream lasted 11 seconds. Elias counted every one of them from his alcove in Cargo Section 7, his palm flat against the bulkhead, feeling the ship change around him. The drive signature shifted from the sustained, low-frequency burn of atmospheric hold to something altogether different. A deep, resonant harmonic that climbed in pitch over the course of 4 seconds and then plateaued, held, and was joined by a second harmonic a third interval above it, and the two tones together produced in the inner ear something that was not quite sound and not quite pressure, but was experienced as both simultaneously. The lighting in the specimen corridor shifted half a register toward blue. The air recyclers changed their rhythm. The cooling fins in the maintenance shaft above them, which Sarah had spent 2 days learning to read, went briefly silent as the thermal load redistributed across the jump sequence, and then resumed at a different interval than before, slightly faster, adjusted for slipstream operating conditions. Then the harmonics resolved, and the ship was somewhere else, and external communications with everything that existed outside this hull were gone. Elias sat with that for a moment. Not the fact of it. He'd known the fact of it for 4 years, had built every contingency around it, had chosen this particular operation partly because the void signal isolation was a geographic inevitability rather than a tactical variable that could be altered by either side. He sat with the quality of it, the weight of the silence that was now outside the hull. No signal reaching Earth, no signal reaching the Regency fleet, nothing traveling in either direction through the light years of nothing between this ship and anything else that carried a flag or a frequency. The Aurelian was alone with its certainty, and its certainty was complete, and everything it was certain about was wrong. He took a breath and let his shoulders drop a 1/4 inch. Not a slouch. The specific release of tension held precisely long enough that releasing it felt like exhaling something he'd been holding for a very long time. It had been 4 years since he'd stood up straight. The Imperial crew's behavior changed within the first hour, not in dramatic ways, not in ways a casual observer would have catalogued as change. The guards at the section entrance kept their positions. The processing staff kept to their corridors. The engineering watch rotations ran on schedule, but the specific quality of their attention had shifted, a loosening in the shoulders, a different pattern in the conversational exchange that Elias caught fragments of through the bulkhead, a reduced interval between the moments when a guard's posture went from formal to comfortable. They had been performing before. Performing their duties with the crisp self-consciousness of crew on a vessel that was adjacent to civilization and all its witnesses. In the void, there were no witnesses. The performance relaxed into the thing underneath it, which was still professional, still capable, but no longer quite as interested in being observed being professional. They had relaxed. They were in their house. They knew what was in their house. He looked at the cages. This was the piece of the operation that no planning document had fully captured, because it wasn't a variable. It was a constant, and constants were harder to write down than variables. The Regency crew had relaxed. not in ways that left them tactically compromised, not in ways that created operational openings a planner could put on a timeline. They had simply become more fully themselves, which meant they had become more fully the specific kind of people who had boarded a warship to transport exotic animals from a conquered world and felt, in doing so, that they were doing exactly what the universe had organized itself for them to do. That confidence was the constant. It didn't change with the signal isolation. It deepened with it, the way a thing gets more itself when it stops being observed. They were in the void, aboard the most powerful vessel in a fleet that had never lost a campaign. And they were carrying a cargo of monsters, and the monsters had handlers, and the handlers were in a kennel. The constant was going to kill them. That was the part Elias had written down. Koba had not eaten in 16 hours, which was within her normal range and below the threshold that would trigger a handler alert, and she had spent the last 4 of those hours doing a slow, methodical circuit of her enclosure, not pacing, which was distress behavior, but moving with the specific, deliberate quality of an animal, taking inventory of a space it has decided it needs to understand more precisely. She had checked every barrier emitter, approaching each one close enough to feel the field, then withdrawing exactly to the edge of its effective range and holding there for a moment before moving to the next. She was mapping her enclosure. She was doing, in the language available to her, exactly what the team had been doing in the maintenance shafts. Elias watched her complete the circuit and settle back to her forward weight position near the cage door, and he thought that 2 years was a long time to spend with an animal and still be surprised by it. The guard came in at the 140-minute mark past jump. He was not one of the guards from the section entrance. A different assignment, different uniform configuration, the kind of detail Elias had been tracking in his mental map of the crew's rotation patterns since boarding. He carried nothing in his hands. He walked with the specific, purposeless quality of someone performing a check that he considered beneath his duties, which meant it was either a standard patrol or a supervisory inspection of a space that required no supervision. He came to the end of the specimen corridor, looked at the cages, looked at the alcoves, and then at Elias, who was sitting where he had been sitting for the last 2 hours, with his eyes open and his kit beside him, and every line of his body in the configuration of a man with nothing to hide and nowhere better to be. The guard said something in Regency tonal. The translation emitter at his throat rendered it as status of biological assets. Stable, Elias said. Feeding schedules maintained. No containment alerts since loading. He kept his voice in the register he'd built, low, rough, subordinate in its rhythm. Koba's been moving, but that's normal behavior post-transit. She'll settle. The guard looked at the tiger. Koba looked at the guard. The guard looked away first, which Elias noted and filed without expression. Then the guard said something else. The emitter rendered it as, handlers remain in assigned quarters. You do not use service corridors during off-cycle. Understood, Elias said. The guard's gaze moved to the alcoves where the rest of the team were variously sitting or lying in postures of manufactured rest, and then back to Elias. And then he did something that Elias had been watching for across 48 hours and had expected and had planned for precisely. He crossed to the nearest alcove and used the end of his sidearm housing to rap on the retention bar. The sharp metallic clang of someone testing a surface, for no reason other than to demonstrate that he could produce a reaction from what was on the other side. The team member in that alcove, Reyes, who had the most complete resting face of anyone Elias had ever worked with, opened his eyes and looked at the guard with the particular blankness of someone who has been woken and is waiting to understand what is required of them, which was exactly the correct response and which Reyes had produced in approximately 4/10 of a second. The guard made a sound that didn't go through the emitter and moved toward the corridor junction. That was when Sarah's kit hit the floor. The guard turned. Sarah was at the secondary storage rack at the far end of the specimen corridor. She had no reason to be at the secondary storage rack. She had been in her alcove 12 minutes ago, and she was not supposed to be at the secondary storage rack, which was the point. She was on her knees gathering chemical packets and mumbling apologies in the register of someone who had been startled awake and knocked something over, which was a performance she had now produced twice in front of the Aurelian's crew, and which appeared both times to have communicated exactly what it was meant to communicate. The guard's attention went to Sarah. It stayed there for approximately 3 seconds. 3 seconds was not a long time. It was long enough. Elias was not in his alcove when the guard turned back. The wire was already around the guard's neck before he had completed the turn, not around the throat, because the throat was armored at the collar, and a standard wire strike against ceramic composite at close range produced noise, which was not acceptable, but at the gap between the collar's lower edge and the chest plate's upper edge, the specific anatomical gap that every piece of individually fitted armor had, because armor that moved with the body required seams, and seams were gaps, and Elias had been studying the gap in this guard's armor since the first time he'd seen the configuration in the loading bay. He didn't use force. Force was noisy. He used leverage, the wire's geometry and his own body weight, applied at an angle that compressed rather than struck, a sustained load rather than an impact, quiet in the way that only sustained pressure can be quiet. The guard was 2 meters tall and outmassed him considerably and was in full armor, and none of that mattered, because none of it addressed the gap at the collar seam, and none of it addressed the leverage calculation, and a species that had spent 40 light years becoming the most powerful military force in explored space had not once needed to learn how to fight at 0 distance against something that didn't care about its armor because its armor had a seam. The guard's hands came up and found nothing useful, and then stopped finding anything. The only sound in the specimen corridor was the ambient hum of the barrier emitters and the slow movement of Koba completing another point in her circuit and the faint, almost architectural sound of Sarah's kit being repacked at the secondary storage rack. The most sophisticated military force in the explored galaxy ended by a wire and a gap it had built into its own armor, because armor that moved with the body required seams. 40 seconds. 42. Then there was a click from the junction behind them. Small, precise, surgical. The local audio recorder's status light, which had been active on the corridor wall since boarding, went dark. Sarah walked back toward the alcoves with her kit secured and said at normal conversational volume, "Local recorder's down. We've got the corridor." Elias did not respond because he was managing the mechanics of the next step, which required attention. The guard was heavier than the baseline they'd planned for, the armor added mass, and the cage access protocol required a specific sequence of physical interactions with the barrier emitter on the Grizzly enclosure that he had rehearsed and was now executing with the unhurried precision of someone doing a thing they have done many times in their mind and are doing for the first time in the world. The emitter produced its sound. The barrier had its gap. Reyes was at the secondary side of the enclosure before the sequence finished, positioned for reasons that were architectural rather than anticipatory. The Grizzly, which had been in its corner since jump, stood up, It assessed what was being offered to it with the flat pragmatism of a large animal in an unfamiliar environment, processing a familiar category of information. Then it moved to the front of the enclosure and did what large animals in captivity do when something is placed within reach. The barrier closed. The corridor was exactly as it had been, except the guard was no longer in it. Elias straightened. His hands were still. He took inventory. His kit was where he'd left it. The wire was coiled and re-secured. He had not produced a sound above the emitter ambient at any point in the 42 seconds of the engagement. Reyes was in position. Sarah had the recorder dark. No other personnel in the section, which he knew because he'd been tracking the rotation pattern since boarding and the next scheduled check was 90 minutes out. 4 years of preparation. 42 seconds. He looked at the alcoves and then at the junction, where the audio recorder light remained dark, and then at Koba, who had stopped her circuit and was watching him from her forward wait position with those flat amber eyes. The same eyes she'd turned on Vax in the reserve. The same quality of assessment, withholding judgment until the situation resolved. He met her gaze. He held it. In the reserve, in the second month, she had done this for the first time. Turned those amber eyes on him with the full weight of her attention, not aggressive, not submissive, simply completely present. And he had understood for the first time what it meant to be seen by something that assessed without language, that had no category for pretense, that was tracking exactly what was in front of it and nothing else. He had stood very still and held her gaze and not looked away, and she had, after a long moment, lowered her head a fraction of a degree and turned her attention elsewhere. He had spent 4 years since then trying to be what she'd measured, something that held still, something that didn't pretend. In 11 years of Imperial occupation, every piece of human tactical doctrine had been built on the assumption that the fight was one of patience, that the Regency's advantages in technology and mass and institutional momentum could only be addressed through time, through preparation, through the slow accumulation of position before the first committed move. Patience was the doctrine. It was also the most honest description of what the previous 4 years of his life had actually been. The first committed move had just been made. The Aurelian carried its 340 crew members through the void between stars, its sensors reading nominal, its automated systems running their cycles, its internal AI monitoring the corridors for anything above 90 kilograms and finding nothing to report. The cleaning drones ran their routes. The emitters hummed their harmonics. The ship kept itself spotless in the meticulous way of something that had decided cleanliness was proof of control. In Cargo Section 7, the audio recorder remained dark, and the retention bar on an empty alcove was slightly warmer than it had been an hour ago, and Koba completed one more point in her circuit and returned to her position by the door, and the void outside was perfectly, completely silent. The ship didn't know yet. That was the last moment it wouldn't. Chapter 5. The First Shadow. He smelled the hub before he saw it. Not the hub itself. The hub had no smell by design, its air processed and recirculated through a closed system that stripped organic particulate and moisture and anything else that might compromise the relay hardware. What he smelled was the processing itself, the particular flat absence of scent that meant a space was working very hard to have no character, which was its own kind of character once you knew what to listen for. Elias had spent 40 minutes inside Maintenance Shaft 4G learning the thermal signature of the command tier, fin by fin and junction by junction, and he had arrived above the comms relay hub with 2 things confirmed. The air intake for the hub's closed-loop recycler was directly accessible from the shaft via a secondary filter housing, and the hub's comms officer had not moved from his station in the last 90 minutes. Both of those facts were necessary. Both of them were enough. The approach had taken longer than the mapping runs, not because the route was less familiar, but because the turret array at the command tier's junction corridors changed its sweep interval when the ship was in active transit versus standard holding, and he had spent the first 12 minutes of the crawl reconfirming the adjusted interval against the pattern he'd mapped before jump. It ran faster in transit, 7 seconds shorter per cycle, which was a design feature rather than an anomaly. The ship's defensive posture scaled with its operational status, more aggressive when moving, looser when stationary. He had not found this in the documentation. He had found it by timing the sweeps himself, over 3 separate observation sessions, and had built the transit correction into his route before he needed it. The turret array was mass differential and thermal. The threshold was 90 kilograms. He weighed 63, and the heat-masking liner built into the underlayer of his handler's tunic brought his thermal signature down by approximately 30%, which placed it below the threshold the turrets used for biological target acquisition. They were not confused by him. They simply did not see him. The way a system built to look for large things simply did not see small things. Not a failure of perception, but a deliberate choice about what constituted the category of things worth perceiving. He had been making himself small for 4 years. It had required more deliberate work than he'd expected, and less than he'd feared. The difficulty was not physical. The heat-masking liner was a solved problem, the weight management was a matter of discipline, the movement patterns were drillable. The difficulty was the other kind of small, the one that lived in the way you held your shoulders and the register you pitched your voice, and the specific quality of attention you projected when someone important was looking at you. That kind was the hardest to build, because it required you to mean it, at least in the surface layer where other people read you from. You had to become convincingly and repeatedly someone who had already accepted that they were not the most dangerous thing in the room. He had become that person well enough to board this ship. He opened the kit. The neurotoxin precursors were listed on the manifest the same way everything else was listed, by their individual, unremarkable identities. The surfactant concentrate was a surfactant concentrate. The enzymatic base was an enzymatic base. The microbore applicator was a cleaning instrument. None of them were interesting alone. Together, in the proportions Elias had memorized and the sequence that mattered, they became something the Regency import screening had no category for, because the screening checked individual components against known threat profiles, and the components were individually harmless, and the Regency had built its import controls around the same assumption it built everything around, that the thing you were looking at was the thing you needed to worry about. He mixed the first compound in the applicator reservoir. The reaction was fast and cold. A temperature drop in the casing that reached his palm through the reservoir housing, the chemical system pulling heat from its environment as it worked, the way the correct exothermic processes always ran backward before they ran forward. 45 seconds. The compound settled. He added the second component by volume and recapped the reservoir and waited through 30 seconds of nothing visible while the reaction completed itself in the dark of the shaft, patient and exact, asking nothing except time. The result was a dense, clear liquid that had almost no smell at ambient temperature and a great deal of smell when it volatilized, which it would do rapidly when introduced to the hub's recycled airstream. The smell was not its primary mechanism. It was just what happened first. The mechanism was simpler than the smell. The compound interrupted cellular respiration at the mitochondrial level, not acutely, not with the speed of a contact toxin, but through accumulation, the way a slow leak eventually empties a tank. The body kept working, kept maintaining its functions, kept sending the signals that kept a person upright and conscious and logging their console entries, while the cellular process that sustained all of it became, gradually and then completely, unable to sustain it. The progression was quiet. The body did not alarm, because the body's alarm systems were part of what was being progressively compromised, and by the time the alarms would have fired, there was no longer adequate cellular function to fire them. He had read the documentation on this carefully, and then he had stopped reading that section and moved to the tactical implementation section, which was more useful and less uncomfortable. He opened the secondary filter housing with the flat pry tool, magnetic latch, same principle as the hub's sealing panel, 2 seconds, and located the intake port. A gap approximately 4 centimeters across, leading directly into the hub's closed-loop recycler. He loaded the applicator. He injected the compound into the intake in a single, controlled pass that lasted 3 seconds and produced no sound above the shaft's ambient hum. Then he replaced the filter housing, and he waited, and he listened. Below him, through the composite and the acoustic insulation and the hub's own operating ambient, the comms officer's breathing was slow and even. Then it was slower. This was the part that took patience, not the preparation, not the entry, but the waiting after, when the work was done and the result was in someone else's hands, or in this case in the closed-loop air of a room below him, and there was nothing left to do but hold still and count. He counted. The hub's relay arrays hummed at their operational frequency below him, a dense, layered sound that came up through the composite in the same way the cooling fin vibrations traveled. Not as sound exactly, but as a felt thing, a resonance in the sternum and the inner ear that the brain processed as ambient and filed away. He had spent 3 days in Cargo Section 7 learning to hear past that resonance, to pick out the acoustic details beneath it. Footfalls, breath patterns, the specific sound of hands on different interface surfaces, the difference between someone reading a console and someone logging data. He listened for all of those things now. The comms officer was at his station. His hands were moving in the read pattern, not the log pattern. He was monitoring. The breathing below him changed quality at approximately the 8-minute mark. Not a gasp, not a cough, nothing that would carry through the hub's bulkheads or trigger an alarm or draw anyone's attention. Just a shift in the rhythm, the kind of shift a person's breathing made when a person's body began addressing a problem the person was not yet aware of. Elias knew the mechanism from the technical documentation he'd built from first principles and from the test protocols that had required equipment he was not going to describe in any format that could be recovered. He knew the progression. It was not violent. It was not loud. It was exactly as silent as a person slowly losing the ability to do the thing that kept them alive, which was very silent indeed. Below him, a console chimed softly, a status prompt, periodic check. He heard the comms officer's hands move across the interface, slowly, slower than before. The check ran. The console returned its readings. He heard the log entry being filed, the specific pattern of interface interaction that meant a human was entering data rather than simply reading it, the deliberate, sequential quality of someone putting words into a system. The entry took longer than a routine log entry should have taken, which meant the officer was working harder to produce it than he should have needed to, which meant the compound was doing what the compound did. The log entry filed. Sarah dropped through the secondary sealing access on the port side of the hub at the 11-minute mark, moving with the controlled economy she brought to everything, and crossed to the relay array's secondary signal conduit bundle without looking at the station. The comms officer did not look up. He was looking at his console, at the readings that were, in that moment, the only thing in the hub that made sense to him, and what the readings told him was that his signal was degrading in the way signal degraded in slipstream transit, and the name for that was expected slipstream drag, and there was a procedure for logging it. He was trying to remember the procedure. Sarah produced the signal filament from her kit, a length of conductive thread so fine it was nearly invisible in the hub's operational glow, its ends terminated with contact points the size of needle tips, and seated it in the conduit bundle's external data port with the practiced efficiency of someone whose hands had drilled the movement past the point where thinking was involved. The data port was not locked. It was not alarmed. It was not designed to receive unauthorized access because the designers had not modeled unauthorized access at this scale. The assumption was that anything capable of reaching this port was already in a position where the port was not the relevant security consideration. The filament introduced a looped signal path into the data stream. Not a break, not an interruption, but an addition. A second route the signal traveled before arriving, adding a delay so small per transmission that no individual check would reveal it, but that accumulated across hours of signal traffic into a degradation profile that read, on the diagnostic system, as atmospheric interference. Not an alarm, an expected condition. The automated relay systems would not flag it. They would report it. They had been built to report and not to act, because action was the comms officer's function, and the comms officer had logged his explanation before the system got there. He had. Elias heard the confirmation chime. Sarah sealed the conduit housing and moved back to the ceiling access, and Elias watched her go, and looked down at the hub's operating glow coming up through the ventilation gaps in the composite below him, and said, barely above a breath, "They don't have a word for ambush in their manuals. We're going to teach them the definition." She didn't respond. The panel sealed. The hub went quiet. Not all at once. The comms officer did not simply stop. He slowed, in the specific way of something that is running its processes in the correct sequence and cannot understand why each step is taking longer than the last. The console chimed. He answered it. The console chimed again. He took longer. Elias counted the interval between chimes and the interval between the chime and the response, and watched the gap widen across 4 check cycles, 5, and on the 6th cycle the response did not come, and the chime repeated once, twice, and then the console's automated systems accepted the non-response as a network lag condition rather than an operator condition, because the console had not been designed to model the difference. The last log entry was not sloppy. It was legible. It was professionally formatted. It was, by every measurable standard, the work of a comms officer who was doing his job. Not all at once. Gradually. The console interface sound slowed and then stopped, and the periodic check prompt chimed again, and the chime was not answered, and the relay arrays continued their operational hum because the relay arrays did not need the comms officer to keep humming. They needed him only to interpret what they said and act on what they found. And interpretation and action were no longer available in the comms relay hub of the Imperial Heavy Cruiser Aurelian. The last log entry, time-stamped and filed and already part of the ship's official record, read, "Minor solar interference. Signal degradation within slipstream parameters. Monitoring." He had logged it. He had been thorough. He had done his job. The hub recycled its air. The relay arrays hummed. The signal filament in the data conduit introduced its imperceptible delay into every transmission the automated system sent and received, accumulating across the data traffic of hours into a total isolation that looked in every diagnostic profile exactly like the expected slipstream drag that the officer had correctly logged before he stopped being able to log anything. The ship was talking to itself now. It did not know this. It was sending transmissions into the signal environment of the void and receiving the void's reply, which was nothing, and filing the nothing as slipstream interference, and waiting for the interference to clear. The interference was not going to clear. Elias began the return crawl through 4G, feeling each fin, counting each junction. His heart was doing the thing it did after, not during. His pulse was trained well enough that during was manageable, but after, when the work was finished, and the corridor was empty, and the only thing left was the crawl back to Section 7 and the waiting that followed. It was fast, and then faster, a rhythm that built against the rhythm of the ship's own systems, and he moved with it through the dark of the shaft, fin by fin, patient, counting, while somewhere behind him, the most sophisticated communications array in the Regency fleet hummed its perfect signals into a void that would never answer. His heart was the loudest thing on the ship, not literally. The relay arrays were louder, and the drive systems were louder still, and the cleaning drones in the service corridors below were producing their patient thud-clack into the empty spaces between decks. But his heart was the only thing on the ship producing sound that knew what it was responding to. The arrays hummed because arrays hummed. The drives ran because drives ran. His heart was running because a human being had just done something irrevocable in a room 30 meters below him. And the human being's body had an opinion about that. And the opinion was physical and specific and very fast, and he moved with it through the shaft's dark heat, fin by fin, junction by junction, letting it run because there was nothing left to be still for. The ship would know in hours. He would be ready in less than that. Chapter 6, System Hemorrhage. The life support substation sweated. Not metaphorically. The humidity was a physical presence, a warm, dense dampness that condensed on every cool surface and left the deck plating slick and made the air taste of ozone and hot metal and the alkaline edge of over-processed atmosphere. The substation managed environmental systems for the entire aft section of the ship, processing a continuous volume of atmospheric gas through its conditioning units and returning it to the Aurelian's corridors as the regulated, sterile, precise blend that the Regency considered appropriate for its crew. The units ran hot. The heat met the recycled moisture at every surface interface and produced condensation that never fully cleared because the substation's environmental controls were calibrated for the hardware, not for human comfort. And the hardware did not object to being wet. Sarah had entered through neither of the two official access points, both of which had guard coverage during the watch rotation. The substation's secondary wall shared a structural boundary with a coolant routing junction, and the coolant junction's service cavity connected to maintenance shaft 4G via a gap above the junction housing that existed because two engineering teams had installed the systems from plans that didn't fully account for each other. 16 centimeters wide, not shown on any schematic as an access point because officially it was dead space. Unofficially, it was exactly wide enough for a person who had spent 4 months engineering herself below a threshold, and she had been in the substation for 9 minutes, and her hands were already damp. The environmental sensor array occupied the substation's port wall. 12 sensor nodes monitoring different zones of the aft section, each one feeding the central processing core that compiled atmospheric data and reported to the bridge console every 4 minutes. The nodes were simple instruments. They measured gas composition, temperature, pressure, humidity, particulate. They did not evaluate or flag. They collected and transmitted, and what they transmitted was an audio-encoded signal stream that the processing core decoded into readable atmospheric data. Audio-encoded, that was the piece. She had found it in a supplemental technical annex attached to the environmental sensor maintenance documentation, which was not the main documentation, and was not the documentation anyone doing a casual survey of the Aurelian's systems would think to cross-reference. It described the sensor transmission standard in language that was dry and precise and completely uninterested in its own implications, the way that technical documentation always was, the way that every piece of information that had ever mattered to her had been written down somewhere by someone who did not understand what they were describing. She had read it at 2 a.m. in a storage room in a research facility outside Minsk, with a light that was too dim and a cup of coffee that had gone cold, and when she understood what the annex was saying, she had sat very still for approximately 30 seconds, and then written down one word in her notebook, which was yes. She had read the Aurelian's environmental sensor specification 3 times before she understood why the designers had used audio encoding for the sensor transmission standard, and then she had read it a 4th time because she wanted to be sure she understood it correctly, and then she had stopped reading and started building. The standard had been written 40 years ago by engineers who were solving a noise rejection problem. Audio encoding was robust against electromagnetic interference, which the Regency ships generated in quantity, and the decoding hardware was simple and reliable and cheap to maintain. It was a sensible choice. It was also a choice that meant every sensor node on this wall was transmitting its atmospheric readings as audio, which meant that the processing core was, functionally, listening to its sensors rather than reading them, and a system that listened could be given something else to hear. She produced the audio injector from her kit, listed on the manifest as a portable frequency calibration tool for cage monitoring systems, which it was, in the sense that it had been built to interface with audio standard monitoring systems and calibrate their output, and which it also was in a different sense that the manifest had not specified. She opened the first sensor node's external calibration port. The port was a maintenance access point, standard across the Regency's environmental sensor series, intended for field calibration of the node's audio output against a reference signal. She had a reference signal. She played it into the port. The file was 30 seconds of clean, nominal atmospheric data recorded from the Aurelian's own sensor output during the first hour after loading, when the ship's aft section had been running at perfect Regency standard composition and the readings had been exactly what they were supposed to be. She had captured it from the processing core's output broadcast during her second day aboard, during the 90-minute window when the aft section had been unoccupied due to a scheduled maintenance rotation that had moved all engineering staff to the forward hull inspection. The broadcast was unencrypted because why would it be? Because who would be listening in the substation with a frequency calibration tool and a recording buffer built into a device that was listed on the manifest as standard cage monitoring equipment? She had taken the recording in 4 minutes and spent the remaining 86 minutes doing something with her hands that looked like routine specimen care inventory and was, in its own way, also that. She had captured it and cleaned it and formatted it as a calibration reference, and it was now, as of the injector's first contact with the calibration port, the thing the sensor node was transmitting instead of its actual reading. 30 seconds. Looped. Perfect atmospheric composition, every 4-minute cycle, for as long as the injector maintained the signal feed. She moved to the second node, third, fourth. Her hands were steady despite the damp because steady hands were a thing you built through the same process you built everything, which was repetition until the conditions stopped mattering. The physical motion was drilling. Port open, injector contact, signal confirmed, port close, move left. Not quick, not rushed, the pace of someone performing a scheduled maintenance calibration, which was what the physical motion looked like from the outside and what it would continue to look like if anyone entered the substation during the 11 minutes she needed, which was why she had chosen this hour, which was why the hour had been chosen 3 weeks before she set foot on this ship. The substation's humidity was the worst thing about it. Her kit was designed to resist moisture ingress at the connection points, but the atmosphere itself was the problem, the way it settled into everything and made every surface feel slightly wrong. She worked through it. The condensation ticked against the unit housings. The cooling units cycled their load. The atmospheric conditioning system ran its process 12 meters above her head, pulling intake and returning output, doing exactly what it had been designed to do, processing exactly the data its sensors reported, operating in the absolute good faith of a system that had never been given a reason to do otherwise. 12 nodes, 11 minutes, done. She resealed the injector housing, returned it to the kit, and looked at the atmospheric adjustment controls on the substation's main console. This was the second layer, and it was simpler. The processing core would now report nominal atmospheric composition to the bridge, regardless of what it was actually measuring, because the sensors were no longer measuring. They were reciting. The bridge console would log nominal every 4 minutes, and the environmental management officer would look at his readings and find nothing to act on, which meant she could act without being observed. She dialed the oxygen mix down by 1.8%, which her kit's calibration reference said was the number, and which was the number because she had spent 6 weeks working backward from the Regency crew's documented physiological specifications through the atmospheric tolerance research and into the operational impairment literature, all of it sourced from Regency xenobiology publications that had been circulating in academic networks for years, without anyone outside those networks considering the military utility of knowing precisely how much oxygen a Regency crew member needed to function at peak versus how much they needed to function at gradually degrading below their notice. The answer was 1.8%. Maybe 2. She had chosen 1.8 for margin. Inside the acceptable variation threshold. Inside the range, the environmental system classified as expected slipstream fluctuation. Not enough for an automated alarm, not enough for a crew member to register as acute impairment. Enough, across 8 to 12 hours, to accumulate in the body the way debt accumulated, invisible in the individual transaction and undeniable in the total. The crew in the aft section would feel it as fatigue. The particular textured fatigue of a long watch in slipstream transit, the kind with weight in the limbs and a slight drag on the decision-making, the kind every experienced crew member had felt before in other transits, and had managed and attributed correctly to the conditions. They would attribute it correctly to the conditions again. They would just be wrong about which conditions. She sealed the adjustment panel and moved. The corridor outside was empty at the hour she had confirmed it would be empty. The lighting in the secondary service passage already carried a pre-flutter quality, a slight irregularity in its hum that meant Elias had hit his junction and was ahead of schedule. She found him in the service passage exactly where the plan said he would be, tools replaced, panel seated, hands at his sides, watching the first dropout move through the lights above them like a slow pulse. Not darkness, not quite, just a momentary dimming that suggested a contact issue somewhere in the junction array, the kind of thing you logged and deferred and did not pull panels for mid-transit. "Core's running clean nominal every 4 minutes, Sarah said. She tilted her head at the light as it dimmed and recovered and dimmed again. Environmental management officer is going to have a very boring night. A pause. Well, boring for him. Atmospheric impairment, looped sensors, lights doing this. She gestured at the flutter. I've seen livelier funerals. Actually, bad example. Never mind. Lighting covers the aft approach corridors in 40 minutes, Elias said. After that, every shadow on this ship is ours. He said it the way he said everything tactical, which was without emphasis, without the register that would have made it sound like a declaration rather than a coordinate. It was a coordinate, a piece of information that connected to other pieces of information and produced a picture of what the next several hours were going to look like. The picture was not complete yet. It was becoming complete, piece by piece, in the way that any large thing became clear, not all at once but incrementally. Each element in place before the next was attempted, each layer of the operation sealing the layer beneath it before the next was added. The comms were gone. The sensors were looped. The Atmo was drifting. The lights were about to surrender a third of the ship's corridors to shadow, and the crew in those corridors were going to be, in 8 hours, cognitively slower than they were now, and the shadows were going to be deeper than the ship's designers had intended, and none of it was going to have an alarm attached to it. The Aurelian was not going to know it was losing until it had already lost. She looked at the corridor ahead of them, at the stretch of it that was about to become something else. In 40 minutes, the lighting would drop in this section and the 2 adjacent approach corridors, and the flutter would suggest a loose contact somewhere in the junction array. Category 3 deferred maintenance log and monitor. Nobody would pull a panel mid-transit for a flutter. Nobody would find the mechanical resistance fault Elias had introduced because it looked exactly like the thing it was pretending to be, and the thing it was pretending to be was unremarkable, which was the only disguise that ever really worked. She thought about the word unremarkable. It was doing a lot of work on this ship. At the version of it that was 40 minutes away, slightly darker, its sensors reciting a lie on a 30-second loop, the crew inside it slowing down in ways they would not name correctly until the naming no longer mattered. The Aurelian was being told, in the language of its own instruments, a story about itself that was not true. And the ship believed every word, because the ship's instruments had always told the truth before, and there was no category in its logic for an instrument that had been given something else to say. "Ghost protocol," she said. "Active." They moved, and the corridor settled into its new configuration around them, and the lights dimmed once more, and held, and the processing core in the life support substation received its looped nominal reading from 12 sensors that were no longer measuring anything and reported to the bridge console on schedule that everything in the aft section of the Imperial Heavy Cruiser Aurelian was exactly as it should be. 8 hours from now, the crew would begin to slow. They would think they were tired. In 10 hours, they would make decisions that took slightly longer than they should have, and they would not notice the latency because the latency was in the part of the brain that measured latency, and that part was running the same deficit as everything else. In 12 hours, a crew member who would otherwise have checked a corridor twice would check it once and consider it sufficient, and a guard who would otherwise have noticed a sound in an adjacent section would attribute it to the ship's settling and keep walking, and somewhere in that accumulation of small degradations, a window would open that would not have opened otherwise. They would be right about being tired. They would just be wrong about why, and the wrong answer was filed in the ship's own log every 4 minutes, in the ship's own voice, precise and clean and entirely false, confirmed on schedule by 12 sensors that were no longer measuring the air so much as remembering it. The air had already moved on. The sensors hadn't noticed. They were still back in the first hour after loading, when everything had been exactly as it should be, reciting that moment on a 30-second loop while the present became something else entirely. 12 sensors, 12 lies confirmed every 4 minutes in the ship's own voice. The processing core received them and compared them against the stored baseline and found a delta of 0 and reported nominal to a bridge console that had no reason to look further than nominal. The most sophisticated environmental management system in the Regency fleet was running on a recording Sarah had made in 4 minutes with a device the manifest called a cage monitor. The ship believed it completely. Chapter 7. The Blind Eye. The containment alarm for the great white shark tanks was loud. Not incidentally loud, not loud in the way that alarms were loud because loudness communicated urgency. Loud in the specific way of something that had been engineered to be impossible to ignore, to penetrate closed doors and pressure-sealed bulkheads and the acoustic insulation of crew quarters, to reach every member of the Aurelian's watch rotation simultaneously and communicate in a frequency range that bypassed conscious filtering and landed directly in the hindbrain, that something large and dangerous had become uncontained. The designers had calibrated it against the specific physiological threat profile of the ship's anticipated cargo. They had done a thorough job. Sarah triggered it from the shark tank's feeding window with a single contact to the emergency containment sensor, which was located at handler height on the exterior wall because the handlers were the ones who would need to trigger it quickly, and which was protected by a simple cover that existed to prevent accidental activation and which she had confirmed during her second day aboard required approximately 1.5 kilograms of lateral force to open. She applied 1.5 kilograms of lateral force and walked away from the feeding window before the first wave of the alarm had fully resolved, which meant she was around the corner of the specimen corridor and moving at the pace of someone with a reason before the alarm's second wave hit, and she was in the service passage adjacent to the secondary approach corridor by the time the first guard response emerged from the aft section entrance. She had been watching the guard rotation for 5 days. She knew the response pattern the same way she knew the drone cycle and the sensor sweep interval and the distance from the feeding window to the hub door, as a number precisely confirmed against observation and not adjusted until observation required adjustment. The response was faster than she had planned for, which meant the aft section crew's impairment had not yet reached the level that affected their reaction time to critical alerts. Good to know. They came in force. 6 personnel, then 8. The guard rotation pulling from 2 adjacent sections, their movements carrying the specific quality of trained urgency, deliberate rather than panicked, weapons out but held in the ready low position that indicated they were responding to a containment scenario rather than an active threat. They moved through the corridor toward the flooded lower deck access at a pace that was professional and fast, and which took all 8 of them away from the security hub at the end of the command deck's secondary approach corridor in approximately 45 seconds. The security hub's door did not lock from the inside. That was the design choice that had made this chapter of the operation possible, and she had found it in the hub's architectural specification the same way she found every useful thing, by reading the documentation that described the intended function of a system until she understood the gap between what the function was intended to do and what the function actually produced. The hub's door was designed to be accessible. Accessible doors could not be locked from the inside during operations. The architects had designed a security system that was, by its own operational requirements, accessible to anyone who could reach it undetected. She could reach it undetected. The ship had confirmed this every day since loading. She knew the lock because she had been in the maintenance shaft above it for 3 hours, across 2 separate sessions, listening to the door's cycle, timing the electronic signature of its locking mechanism against the corridor sensor sweep pattern, establishing whether the hub operated on a single occupancy protocol or a rotating watch, single occupancy, 1 technician per shift. The door's locking mechanism was on the interior panel, designed to be engaged by the technician from inside, and it was not engaged during active operations, because an engaged lock in an active security hub was a protocol violation. If something happened, the hub needed to be reachable from the corridor without delay. The hub needed to be reachable from the corridor. Sarah reached it in 31 seconds from the time she left the feeding window, moving at the pace of someone going somewhere with a reason, not running, never running, because running was a signal and she was not a signal. The secondary approach corridor was in the shadow tier now. The lighting flutter Elias had built into the aft junction had propagated further than planned, which was not a problem, which was better than planned, because the shadow tier was exactly where she needed to be for the next 4 minutes, which was how long she had before the containment team reached the shark tank level and confirmed no actual breach and began the process of determining what had triggered the alarm. She was in the hub in 31 seconds. The security technician was at his station with his back to the door and his attention fully on the containment alarm status display, which was showing exactly what it was supposed to show. A triggered sensor at the shark tank feeding window, a containment status of uncertain pending visual confirmation, a response team on approach. He was doing his job. His job was to manage the display and coordinate the response and log the event. And he was doing all three simultaneously, which was the kind of attentional load that left nothing available for peripheral awareness. Sarah crossed to the primary security display array on the port wall in the time it took the technician to log the response team's arrival at the lower deck access. The array was a 4-panel display showing live feeds from the ship's internal sensor network, every corridor, every access point, every junction on the secondary and tertiary deck levels. She had studied the display configuration from the maintenance shaft above the hub during her observation sessions, and she knew which panel controlled which sections, and she knew that the upload port for the display's video source was on the left side of the primary panel, housing behind a maintenance cover that used the same magnetic latch standard as every other maintenance cover on this ship. She opened it. She inserted the playback module, a device the size of a thumbnail built to interface with the Regency's standard display source protocol, which was itself a widely used standard, because widely used standards were what you got when a civilization had been building ships for long enough that compatibility became more valuable than security. The module's firmware spoke the protocol natively. The display array had no mechanism to distinguish the module's output from its live feed source, because the module was producing a valid signal at valid priority, and the display array was not designed to ask whether valid signals had been authorized. She confirmed the connection. The 30-second loop of empty corridors she had recorded on day 1 during her mapping run through the secondary deck level now fed into the display array's video source at the same signal priority the live feed used, and the display showed what the playback module told it to show, which was empty corridors, every corridor, all 4 panels, peaceful and unremarkable, and completely devoid of anything that would require the security technician to look up from the containment event he was managing. She replaced the maintenance cover and was at the door in the same motion, and she did not look at the technician because she had confirmed he had not turned. And the hub's door opened from the inside without a sound, and the secondary approach corridor received her back into its shadow and kept its silence, and she walked at the pace of someone with a reason. She had been in the hub for 53 seconds. The technician had not turned once. His posture had remained forward-facing, his hands moving across the coordination interface with the practiced attention of a professional managing an active event, his body oriented entirely toward the thing his job required him to manage. Sarah had been 2 meters behind his left shoulder for the majority of those 53 seconds, and his left shoulder had remained as unaware of her as every other piece of this ship's infrastructure that had been built to look in a different direction. She thought, briefly and without dwelling on it, about what it would feel like to be him when the display eventually showed something the loop couldn't explain, whether that moment would feel like a system failure or like something else, whether the difference would matter by then. She had been in the hub for 53 seconds. 3 corridors away, in the section of ventilation shaft above the security deck's primary sensor junction, Elias completed the quiet kill that he had been positioned for since the containment alarm fired. The secondary sensor technician, the redundant watch position, the one the hub technician's display would have shown as occupying junction 17 of the secondary deck had the display been showing junction 17 of the secondary deck, which it was not, had come to check the sensor node at the junction in response to a reading anomaly that had appeared in his handheld diagnostic unit approximately 2 minutes before the containment alarm triggered. The reading anomaly had been introduced into his diagnostic unit's calibration baseline during the loading bay processing 5 days ago via a contact Elias had made with the unit's external sync port during the 38 seconds the technician spent with his attention on the handler ahead of him in the processing line. The contact had taken 4 seconds. The anomaly had been dormant since then. A patient miscalibration sitting inside a piece of equipment the technician had used every day without suspecting, waiting for the moment Elias activated it remotely via the relay network the team had been building since day one. The activation signal had gone out 90 seconds before the containment alarm fired. The technician had received the anomaly reading, verified it against his console, and concluded that Junction 17 had a malfunctioning sensor node that needed physical inspection. He had proceeded to Junction 17 without logging the inspection because minor sensor anomalies in slipstream transit were the kind of thing you resolved quickly and noted in the end-of-watch summary rather than flagging mid-shift. That procedural choice had been predicted. It was in the operational model under the heading Standard Maintenance Culture, Low Threshold Events, Non-Escalation Reflex. The technician had been looking for a sensor malfunction at Junction 17. He had found something else entirely. He had not made a sound. Elias replaced the panel in Junction 17's ventilation housing and began moving back toward the cargo section through Maintenance Shaft 4G, counting the cooling fins, feeling the heat, and he did not think about what he had just done in the way that you did not think about a specific thing when thinking about it was not the work, and the work was not finished. The work was not finished. It would not be finished for a considerable time. What had just happened was one step in a sequence that had a known number of remaining steps, and the known number was the thing to keep in view, not the step that had just been placed. The display array in the hub showed empty corridors on a loop. The security technician coordinated the containment response, logged the alarm, noted the visual confirmation from the response team that the shark tanks were intact and the feeding window sensor had likely malfunctioned, and filed the event as a false trigger in the maintenance queue for the handler team to address at next scheduled inspection. He did his job thoroughly and correctly. His display showed him exactly what his display showed him, which was unremarkable corridors, which was what corridors looked like when everything was fine. The ship's eyes were wide open. They saw absolutely nothing. Not because the eyes had been removed, because the eyes were watching a 30-second moment from 2 days ago, running on a loop, patient and still and completely disconnected from the present, while the present moved through the ship's corridors without being observed at all. The Aurelian was looking at its own past and calling it now, and the now it was calling safe had already been replaced, section by section and system by system, with something that had been building in the dark for days. The Empire had built a surveillance system that covered every corridor on the secondary and tertiary decks. It was a thorough system. It was a well-maintained system. It had, for the entire transit, been showing exactly what Sarah had given it to show. The Empire was watching the claws. It should have been watching the shadows. The containment alarm cycled off at the technician's command. In the maintenance shaft above Junction 17, Elias was already 6 junctions east of the problem, moving at the 3-minute interval rule, not staying in any section long enough for the AI to learn the pattern. The cooling fins moved past him in the dark one by one. He counted them the way he counted everything, because counting was how you stayed present when the present was the kind of present that wanted you somewhere else, and he was not going somewhere else. He was in the shaft, and the shaft was where the work was, and the work was what remained. The corridor outside the hub was empty. It had been empty for 31 seconds on the way in, and it was empty again now, and it would remain empty for as long as the display said it was empty, which was indefinitely. The playback module in the display array's source port did not have an expiry. It did not have a timer. It produced its 30-second loop of peaceful, unremarkable corridor in good faith, at the correct signal priority for as long as it had power, which was for as long as the display array had power, which was for as long as the Aurelian ran its systems. The ship's eyes were open and watching. They were watching 2 days ago, when the secondary deck corridors had been empty, and the sensor technicians had been at their stations, and nothing in the playback module's 30 seconds of footage had required a response. The footage would remain unchanged for the duration of the Aurelian's transit. It would show the same clean, unremarkable corridors at the same hour of the same day, peaceful and perfectly lit before the lighting fault had propagated, before the atmospheric mix had shifted, before the secondary technician had walked to Junction 17 to investigate an anomaly that had been placed in his diagnostic unit 5 days ago by a handler in a loading bay line. The ship had no idea what today looked like. Today did not look like 2 days ago. Chapter 8. Predator's Paradox. The dirt was deliberate. 3 grams of it, mixed from the specific composition Elias had scraped from the floor of Cargo Section 7's animal drainage channel, organic particulate, dried biological matter, a trace of the iron-dense soil from the Ural Reserve that had come in on Koba's paws when she was loaded, and that had been accumulating in the channel's corners ever since. He had collected it over 2 days in quantities small enough to pass any inspection as incidental contamination on a handler's boot. He had placed it in the secondary hallway outside the High Guard barracks at the point he had calculated based on the patrol's rotation timing, the patrol's documented habit of physical inspection when the pristine law was violated, and the specific floor-stooping posture that physical inspection of ground-level contamination produced in a species whose center of gravity was significantly higher than a human's. He had placed it at 1900 hours and climbed into the ventilation shaft above the hallway at 1902, and he had been there for 41 minutes. 41 minutes was a long time to be in a ventilation shaft with a heat profile and a 3-minute movement rule, which meant he had relocated 3 times within the shaft's junction network above the hallway, moving just far enough to reset the AI's thermal learning cycle before returning to the position above the contamination site. The shaft smelled of hot metal and recycled air and the sharp residue of the cleaning compound the Aurelian's maintenance cycle pushed through the ductwork twice daily. His back ached in the specific way that backs ached in spaces that were not designed for backs. He had been in worse positions for longer times, for less certain outcomes, and the comparison was not comforting, but it was accurate. And accuracy was the only comfort available in a ventilation shaft above a hallway that you had seeded with 3 grams of animal soil and were now waiting for 4 heavily armed soldiers to notice. The shaft above the hallway was the same shaft he had been using for 6 days. The same hot metal smell, the same cooling fin tick, the same particular quality of silence that a space had when it was not designed for occupants and had never developed a relationship with the sounds that occupants made. He had grown comfortable in it the way you grew comfortable in anything you inhabited long enough, not fond of it, not unaware of its discomforts, simply calibrated to its specific conditions in the way that calibration happened when there was no alternative to calibration. The patrol arrived at 1943. There were 4 of them, which was what the rotation schedule said there would be, built along the proportions of the high guard. 2 meters plus, dense through the shoulder and neck, the ceramic composite armor fitted to each body's specific geometry in a way that made them look continuous rather than clothed. The armor's surface was energy reflective, tuned to deflect the kind of directed energy that blaster weapons produced, which was the primary threat profile the High Guard had been trained and equipped to engage. The reflective surface was matte rather than bright, absorbing light rather than scattering it, which made each guard look like a gap in the corridor rather than an occupant of it. They moved in the 4-man phalanx configuration, 2 forward, 1 back left, 1 back right, a formation that provided overlapping sight lines in all 4 cardinal directions, and which the Regency had developed across centuries of refined tactical doctrine for managing high-threat corridor engagement. The formation required spacing. Spacing was the gap. He had watched the phalanx configuration in the ship's corridors for 6 days, during every corridor transit that brought him past a guard deployment, memorizing the exact geometry, not from tactical documentation, which he didn't have, but from the measurements available to a person who knew how to count ceiling tile widths, and was good at standing still in a corridor while appearing to have a reason to be there. The formation's rear 2 positions had 60 centimeters of separation between them. 60 centimeters, the width of a standard corridor rib spacing, which was the amount of space the Regency's tactical architects had determined was optimal for overlapping rearward coverage. It was optimal. It was also a fixed dimension, and fixed dimensions could be accounted for, and he had accounted for it. The formation required spacing. Spacing was the gap. The lead guard saw the contamination first. He stopped. The formation stopped with him, automatic, the kind of synchronized response that spoke of drilling so deep it had bypassed volition. He looked at the floor. 3 grams of Ural Reserve soil on the gleaming white deck of the Aurelian's secondary approach corridor, in direct violation of the pristine law, in a section of the ship where contamination of this kind was not possible under normal operating conditions. He stooped to examine it. The second guard stooped alongside him, which was the habit, not protocol habit, the deeply grooved response of a trained professional who had inspected anomalies in corridor floors for long enough that the act of stooping had become reflexive rather than considered. The back left guard maintained position. The back right guard took 2 steps forward to improve his sightline on the inspection. The formation had expanded. The overlapping sightline coverage had a gap. Elias came through the ventilation panel in a controlled fall that brought him to the back left guard's position before the panel's magnetic latch had finished releasing, and the first shiv went in at the collar seam junction, not the same point as the wire in the kennel. The armor configuration was different, but the principle was identical. Armor that moved with the body required seams, and seams were gaps, and gaps were where the body was soft. The back left guard was a mass of trained reflexes that had been drilled for every threat profile the Regency had modeled, and none of those reflexes addressed something that was already inside his armor's effective deflection range before he knew it was there. He had made 6. He was carrying all 6, distributed across the kit in positions that allowed sequential access by either hand, which was not instinct, but was the product of drilling the access sequence in the dark of Cargo Section 7, while the rest of the team slept or performed the equivalent. 6 was 2 more than the patrol required, and 1 more than the margin of error he allowed himself in close engagement scenarios, which was a margin of 0, but which he had added anyway, because the shivs were cheap and the alternative was finding out mid-sequence that he had miscounted. The plastic was not impressive looking. It had been manufactured from a component of the cage cleaning system's reagent bottles, a high-density polymer that processed to an edge via the specific grinding procedure that a cage surface cleaning instrument's abrasive tip was capable of performing, slowly and without any electronic signature, over the course of 4 nights in Cargo Section 7 with the lights down. It was not elegant. It did not need to be elegant. It needed to be narrower than the collar seam gap and harder than the tissue at the collar seam gap, and it was both of those things. The second shiv was already deployed before the back left guard's body had completed its fall, and Elias was past him and moving low toward the back right, who had turned at the sound. The one sound, the single unavoidable contact of the guard's armor against the deck as he went down, absorbed by the corridor's ambient but present, registered, and was bringing his blaster up in the 2-stage draw motion Elias had been watching for 6 days. The blaster came up. It was an engineering achievement. The Regency's standard high guard sidearm, tuned to defeat energy shielding, rated for penetration of standard hull composite at medium range, accurate to within 1 centimeter at 15 meters. It was optimized, like all the best weapons, for the distance at which the majority of engagements historically occurred, which was a distance at which the weapon could be aimed and discharged before the target was close enough to matter. Elias was already past that distance. He had been past that distance since he left the ventilation panel. At 0 meters, the blaster's barrel was pointing at the guard's own chest plate, and the 2-stage retention release required both hands to complete, and both hands were now occupied with something other than the release. The third shiv was for the side seam. The fourth was redundant, in the way that redundancy was always the correct approach when the alternative was finding out you were wrong. The fourth was down before the second's armor had finished its sound against the deck, and the sound was the one variable he had not been able to eliminate completely. 2 impacts in under 3 seconds, absorbed by the corridor ambient but present, a brief percussion in the frequency range that trained ears flagged as out of pattern. The window from second impact to first forward guard awareness was, based on the drilling observation he had done, and the documented response to anomalous sound data from the Regency Tactical Manual section he had sourced via the same channel as the formation geometry, approximately 2.3 to 2.8 seconds. He was already moving. He did not look up until both of them were down. The 2 forward guards were already turning, the phalanx formation collapsing inward as the rear positions dropped, blasters at extension, sightlines finally on the threat being a human being in a handler's tunic, who was now standing at the center of the hallway in the position the formation had occupied 2 seconds ago, with 4 seconds of blood on his hands, and no electronic signature, and no directed energy weapon, and no defensive armor, and no reason, by any threat profile model the Regency had built, to have been capable of what had just occurred. The front left guard fired. The shot went wide because Elias was not where the front left guard's targeting model said he should be, which was where the threat had been when the guard had begun the firing sequence, which was a position that assumed the threat would remain stationary long enough for the process to complete. The Regency's tactical training was optimized for opponents who engaged at a distance and maintained it. At close range, the training had a latency built into it that matched the expected latency of the engagement. Elias did not match the expected latency of the engagement. He had built his movement specifically around the expected latency of the engagement because he had studied it for months, and the number was precise. The 5th and 6th shivs addressed the front left and front right in the same sequence as the first 2, collar seam and side seam, at a range at which the blasters were architectural features rather than weapons. The hallway went quiet. The last impact sound, composite armor on deck plating, a specific percussion in the 200 Hz range, had lasted approximately half a second and had been absorbed by the corridor's ambient in the way that the corridor absorbed everything that didn't exceed its acoustic threshold. He had confirmed the threshold during his hallway survey on day 2. The barracks wall behind him had a documented insulation rating that he had converted into a decibel estimate, and the estimate said that the engagement would not penetrate. The estimate had proven accurate. Across the corridor, nothing moved. The surveillance loop showed empty hallway. The ship's AI registered no thermal anomaly above 90 kilograms. The barracks door remained sealed. Elias stood in the center of it and did not move for approximately 5 seconds, which was the amount of time he had allotted for confirming that the engagement was complete and that the corridor was still empty in both directions, and that the sound level had remained below the threshold that would penetrate the high guard barracks wall behind him. Then he breathed, once, fully, the way you breathed when you had been running a system at maximum output, and the output was no longer required. No shots had been fired effectively. No alarm had been triggered. The patrol had been down in under 12 seconds from the moment he left the ventilation panel, 4 members of the Aurelian's most elite combat unit, in a corridor that the ship's surveillance loop showed as empty and peaceful. He looked at the armor, at the gaps where the shivs had found purchase. The energy-reflective surfaces were flawless, not a mark on them. The weapons were still holstered or half-drawn, depending on the position. The armor had deflected nothing because nothing had been aimed at the armor. The armor had been built to deflect what was aimed at it, and nothing Elias had used tonight was the kind of thing you aimed. He crouched and collected the shivs with the specific economy of someone who had made these before and would need to make more. And he looked at the dirt on the floor where the lead guard had been stooping, still there, undisturbed. 3 grams of Ural reserve soil on the gleaming white deck. He left it. 3 grams of Ural reserve soil, precisely placed, still exactly where it had been when the lead guard bent to examine it. Evidence of a thing that had been here. Evidence of a presence that the surveillance loop would not confirm and the patrol would not be able to report. The next watch would find the corridor empty of personnel and occupied by a question that had no good answer within the Regency's existing threat model. He left it. Let the next patrol find it and stoop to examine it, and wonder who had been in this corridor and what they had been doing and why the corridor's surveillance showed nothing. Let the ship's most elite warriors stand in a hallway that its own eyes said was empty and try to reconcile the evidence of what they were looking at with the report of the system they trusted. The armor was undamaged. The weapons were fully functional. The Regency's tactical doctrine was sound for every threat it had been designed to address. The gap between that doctrine and what had just happened in this corridor was the gap between everything the Empire knew about danger and the particular kind of danger it had never needed to model. 4 elite warriors, defeated by plastic ground from a reagent bottle in a cage cleaning system in a hallway that the ship still believed was empty. The most dangerous thing in this corridor had not been armed. It had been patient, and it had been specific, and it had spent 41 minutes in a ventilation shaft above a hallway, memorizing the exact geometry of a formation that had been refined across centuries of Regency tactical doctrine, and it had made its weapons in the dark from the polymer casing of a cage-cleaning reagent bottle, and it had waited for 4 soldiers to bend toward the ground because of 3 grams of dirt. The armor was still flawless. The weapons were still functional. The Regency had never needed to model a threat that knew what it knew about patience. That was about to change. Chapter 9. The Silence. The tooth was on his pillow. Commander Vax saw it, before he had fully transitioned from unconsciousness, before his eyes had completed their adjustment to the quarter's darkness, before his mind had assembled the chain of implication that the object's presence required. He saw it, and he understood it in the same moment, the way that a collector of 23 years understood the significance of a specimen without needing the laboratory report. By the weight of the thing, the precise nature of the thing, the fact of the thing occupying a position it could not occupy without an architecture of decisions behind it that changed everything about the current situation. An upper canine, phalid, large. The root carried a dark stain that was not organic residue from the animal that had produced the tooth. He sat up and did not move beyond that, and he assessed. The quarters were calibrated as he had calibrated them. Temperature precise, light sealed, the Aurelian's ambient reduced to its operational minimum. The personal objects were in their arrangements. The small display cases, the framed classification certificates, the preserved exoskeletal plating from the specimen of designation 12 that no longer existed as a species, which he kept not for sentiment. Sentiment was a category error, but as a reminder that even the most resilient organic systems had a terminal condition if the correct external pressure was correctly applied. Everything in its position, except for the tooth. The quarters themselves had been undisturbed. This was the second paradox, after the first paradox of the tooth's existence. He had inspected the space with the systematic attention he brought to every acquisition evaluation. Sightline by sightline, surface by surface. The specific catalog review discipline of a mind trained to detect what was present versus what should be present. Nothing displaced, nothing missing. The objects in their arrangements. The preservation case undisturbed. The exoskeletal plating of designation 12 still mounted at the precise angle he had set it 11 years ago, because he had set it at the precise angle, and the precise angle was correct and had not required adjustment since. Someone had been in this room and left it more ordered than they had found it. He had retired to these quarters at 2200 hours. He had confirmed the seal on the access panel. His retinal clearance was the only authorization that opened this door from outside, and his retinal clearance was encoded into his biology, which was on his person, which had not been away from his person at any point during the transit. This was his analysis of the access question, assembled in the first 12 seconds of wakefulness, and it arrived at a conclusion that was not consistent with the tooth on the pillow, which meant the analysis was incomplete. The tooth was warm, not the warmth of a recently deceased animal, the warmth of his own body heat, conducted through the pillow's surface into the object that had been placed on the pillow at some point during the 7 hours in which his body had been occupying the pillow. Something had placed this object beside his unconscious head while he slept, within arm's reach of his person, and had done so in the dark of sealed quarters that required his retinal clearance to open. He picked up the tooth and held it, and he thought about the word specimen. The tooth itself was a fine specimen. The root structure was intact. The curvature was characteristic of the Siberian subspecies, a curve he had noted when examining the animal in its enclosure on the reserve surface, when he had categorized the tiger as a Grade 1 acquisition, and noted in his preliminary assessment that it represented a near-optimal example of apex terrestrial predation from this planet's taxonomic record. The tooth was consistent with that assessment. It was, in isolation, exactly what his catalog said it should be. The context in which the tooth existed was not consistent with anything his catalog had prepared him for. He thought about the word specimen. He had used the word for 23 years. It had a precise meaning within the Regency's taxonomic structure. A biological entity cataloged, assessed, and held within a controlled environment for the purpose of study, display, or preservation. The word implied a relationship between the specimen and the cataloger that was directional. The cataloger observed and assessed. The specimen was observed and assessed. The relationship moved in one direction. This was not a philosophical position. It was a structural feature of the word itself, embedded in its definition, requiring no defense because the directionality was self-evident to any mind that had been trained in collection methodology. The tooth was warm in his hand. He moved to his door and engaged the corridor call. The function did not respond. He attempted the secondary call channel, which routed through a different node of the internal communication network. Silence. He attempted the direct bridge link, which bypassed the internal network and connected to the bridge communication array via a dedicated hardline. Silence, in the specific quality of a channel that was transmitting but receiving no answer, which was different from a channel that was severed. A severed channel produced a disconnection tone, and a disconnection tone would have told him the hardline had failed. The absence of a disconnection tone told him the hardline was intact. The bridge was receiving his signal. The bridge was not answering. He attempted the internal alert function. Silence. He attempted the bridge connection. Silence in the speaker. The internal communication network was not responding to his inputs, which meant the network was compromised, which meant the comms hub was no longer performing its function, which was information he was filing in the growing catalog of current conditions that did not correspond to the universe as it had been when he closed his eyes. Then the sound arrived. Through the bedside communication panel, through the speakers that transmitted ship-wide broadcasts and personal communications, a low-frequency vocalization in the register that the Siberian Tiger, Organic Asset 1, the flagship specimen of this acquisition, produced in the period following her environmental assessment, when she had completed her inventory of a space and was attending to a specific point of interest with the full weight of her predatory consideration. Not a growl, not a threat display, the vocalization that preceded a decision. It lasted 11 seconds. It stopped. The silence it left behind was not the silence of the quarters before it had arrived. It was a different quality entirely. The silence of a space that was now aware of itself, that had been given a reference point against which its own quiet measured as something less than it had appeared. Vax stood in this silence, and he thought about organic assets, and he thought about the word handler, and he thought about the reserve on the degraded planet and the figure who had stood 3 paces behind him for the duration of the inspection, with his hands folded and his eyes correctly downcast. The figure he had assessed and classified in the first seconds of the encounter and had not reconsidered afterward because reconsideration required new information, and no new information had been provided. New information was being provided now. He ran the inspection backward in the specific catalog review style his training had given him, examining each element against its recorded assessment with the methodical patience of a process that had been designed to find the thing that did not belong. The organic assets had been in order. The specimens had been in their enclosures. The transport conditions had been within acquisition parameters. The collection itself, this was the first element that had prompted his attention in the initial assessment, had been excellent. A near-complete range of the planet's apex biological representatives, acquired through a handler operation that had executed with exceptional efficiency. He had noted the handler team's competence in his preliminary report as a point in favor of continued acquisition relationships with this planet's cooperative biological management organizations. He had noted it specifically. He had filed it as a positive indicator. He had been noting the quality of the instrument that was studying him. The handler's position during the enclosure inspection, 3 paces aft, 1 meter to the left of the central sight line, a position that placed Vax's face at approximately 1.5 meters distance in ambient light from the barrier array. The bow, 5 counts, sustained, deeper than the greeting protocol specified by 1 full count. His own position during the bow, stationary, facing the enclosure, his face presented at a fixed angle to the ambient light source for the duration of those 5 counts. His retinal clearance. He looked at the tooth. "You are more than I catalogued," he said, to the empty quarters, in the flowery register he reserved for acquisitions that had exceeded their initial assessment. It was the tone he used when a specimen revealed, under closer examination, properties that the initial intake had failed to surface, when a creature that had been processed as a standard acquisition demonstrated upon further study that it belonged in a different tier of the catalog entirely. He used this register rarely. The last time had been 7 years ago for a cephalopod from the outer reaches whose neural architecture had proved, upon dissection, to be 3 orders of magnitude more complex than the surface behavioral assessment had suggested. He had used it then because the specimen had deserved accurate language, and he used it now for the same reason. "You are," he said, measuring the words with the care of a man who had spent a career measuring words against facts, "considerably more than I catalogued." Then the sound arrived through the bedside communications panel, through speakers designed for ship-wide broadcasts and personal communications, connected to nothing in the biological housing section by any protocol the Regency had written, and connected now to something that had access to the ship's communication routing in the same way it had access to everything else on the Aurelian that was supposed to require authorization to touch: the low-frequency vocalization of the Siberian tiger. Organic Asset 1. The flagship specimen of this acquisition, whose enclosure he had examined on the reserve surface, whose grade he had assigned as 1 in his preliminary report, whose behavioral profile he had noted as exceptional. The specific vocalization she produced in the period following her environmental assessment, when she had completed her inventory of a space and was attending to a point of interest, not a threat display. The sound that preceded a decision about whether what she was attending to had been correctly categorized. 11 seconds. Then silence. The silence that followed was not the same as the silence before. He moved to the door and attempted the manual release. The door was sealed from the corridor side, the external lock engaged. The lock designed to be used by security staff to contain a threat within a compartment. The lock that could not be engaged from inside the compartment. The lock that was controlled from the corridor by whoever was in the corridor. He was not in the corridor. He stood at his sealed door, and he thought about the structure of the Regency's security architecture, which he had never previously had cause to examine from this particular perspective. And what the structure revealed when examined from this perspective was that every containment mechanism on this ship was oriented to control what was inside a space from a position outside that space, and that this orientation had been built into the ship's design from its first specification, because the design had been built around an assumption about which category of thing would be inside and which category would be outside, and the assumption had been, until this transit, correct. He had, until this transit, been the category that was outside. He engaged the internal alert function. "Lock down," he said in the precise register of command, which the ship's voice authentication system verified and processed and executed. Deck by deck, section by section, the Aurelian sealed every compartment from the corridor side in the 4-second cascade the lockdown protocol specified. His command, his ship, his security architecture performing exactly the function it had been designed to perform. Every door on the Aurelian locked from the outside. He stood in his sealed compartment and he heard the cascade, deck by deck, the slight mechanical settling that traveled through the hull as each locking mechanism engaged in sequence, and he thought about the architecture of this sound, about what the sound meant from the position he was currently occupying, and the thought arrived with a quality he was not accustomed to encountering in his own reasoning. The quality of having understood something too late for the understanding to be useful. Every door on the Aurelian locked from the outside. Every crew member was now in their compartment. The corridors were empty, and the security display in the hub was showing a loop of empty corridors, and every Imperial on the ship was sealed into a room by a lock they could not reach, by a command the commander had issued, in a ship that was now organized precisely as the lockdown protocol organized it, corridors cleared, compartments secured, threat contained, except that the threat was in the corridors, because the threat had never been in a compartment, because the threat had not been assigned a compartment, because the threat was a specimen, a handler of organic assets, a biological entity rated at grade D, non-threat with a weapons index of 0, and the Regency's lockdown protocol did not address the possibility that a specimen might be the thing the lockdown was designed to protect. The tooth was warm in his closed hand. He was alone in the silence of his quarters, behind a door he could not open, on a ship he had locked, and the corridors were, at this moment, more thoroughly his than they had ever been. He looked at the tooth, at the dark stain on the root that had not come from the tiger. The galaxy's most celebrated collector, locked in a room he could not leave, holding the evidence of a thing he had not catalogued correctly. It had been in here while he slept. It had stood beside his bed. It had placed this object with deliberate care on the surface where his head rested. It had then withdrawn without disturbing a single element of the quarters arrangement, sealed the door behind it using authorization it should not have possessed, and left him to wake and find the evidence and reconstruct the implications of the evidence in the precise catalog-trained way that his mind worked, because something that understood how his mind worked had arranged the evidence specifically for that process. It had left so he could find it. It had wanted him to find it. The galaxy's most celebrated collector, sealed in a room he could not leave, had been examined while he slept by something he had classified as non-threat, and the classification had been filed, and the classification was the most consequential error in 23 years of collection, and the specimen that had prompted it was currently in the corridor on the other side of his door, in the space that his own lockdown order had formally designated as the position of control. He thought about the word handler. He had used it as a diminutive. He understood now that he had been using it incorrectly. Chapter 10. The Unlocking. The menagerie was on the 4th deck, in a space that the Aurelian's designers had called the Biological Containment Suite, and that the crew had started calling the collection after the first week of transit, because collection was the word that had come with the cargo, and the word had proved more durable than the official designation. It occupied the full width of the ship at that deck level, 200 meters of kinetic barrier emitters, environmental controls calibrated for 23 separate atmospheric requirements, a drainage and waste management system that ran continuously beneath the deck plating, and cages. The cages held, at current count, 11 specimens remaining from the original 12. The grizzly bears, both of them, the Siberian tiger, the 2 remaining wolves, the great white sharks in their pressurized tanks, which occupied a separate flood-capable subsection on the deck below, and which had been the subject of the containment alarm that had cleared the security hub 4 days ago, and which had, in the intervening 4 days, continued to function exactly as Sarah had needed them to function, which was as a distraction that the crew had already processed and filed and was no longer watching carefully. Sarah was in the emitter control conduit beneath the deck plating. The conduit ran the full length of the menagerie's central corridor, a service access passage barely wide enough for a human frame that had been built to allow engineering staff to reach the emitter power feeds for maintenance without entering the menagerie space itself. She had identified it on day 3 during the mapping run, and had confirmed its dimensions during the feeding schedule walk on day 5, when she had used the inspection window at the conduit's north access point to measure the gap between the hatch cover and the deck plate seam with the flat of her palm. The gap was 12 centimeters. The hatch cover was secured with the same magnetic latch standard as every other maintenance panel on the ship. She had been in the conduit for 7 minutes and had moved to the primary emitter power junction with the patience of someone who had rehearsed the route in her memory enough times that the route itself was the easiest part. The junction was a branching node where the power feed for all 26-cage emitter arrays in the central menagerie section split into individual line runs. A single upstream interruption at this junction would take every emitter in the section offline simultaneously. Not individually, simultaneously, which was important, because individual cage failures triggered individual alarms, and individual alarms triggered individual responses, while a simultaneous failure of the full section triggered a different category of system response entirely. A diagnostic hold, a pause in the alarm cascade while the system attempted to identify the source of the fault, a window of approximately 40 to 60 seconds before the alarm protocols escalated to the ship-wide level. 40 to 60 seconds. Long enough. She had been in the conduit once before, on day 4, for a 6-minute reconnaissance run that had established the junction's position and confirmed the contact bridge dimensions and identified the specific lateral force required to separate the bridge without producing a sound above the conduit's own ambient vibration. The number had been 11 kilograms. She had confirmed it by applying measured force with the diagnostic cable's weighted handle until the contact bridge gave, and then she had reseated it and returned to Cargo Section 7 and spent the rest of the day feeding schedule and looking exactly like a handler doing her job. She had built the interruption tool from the remains of the cage cleaning kit's reagent applicator housing, the high-density polymer tube that, processed with the abrasive tip that was listed in the manifest as a cage surface cleaning instrument, had provided the material for Elias's shivs and had enough remaining length to be shaped into a wedge the precise dimensions of the junction's primary contact bridge. She had measured the contact bridge through the inspection window at the north axis, using the graduated scale on the diagnostic cable tool, on day 3, at 7 in the morning during the first feeding walk. She placed the wedge. She applied lateral pressure. The junction's primary contact bridge separated with a sound that was absorbed by the conduit's own vibration, a faint mechanical click that arrived and departed in the same instant, and the emitter power feed went dark in the precise, total way that a system went dark when its source was interrupted rather than when its components failed individually. No cascade. No sequential dropout. Every emitter in the central menagerie section, simultaneously, nothing. The kinetic barriers dropped. Not gradually. Not with the slow fade of a system running down. Instantly, completely, in the way that a wall became a doorway the moment the material between two spaces ceased to exist, and the menagerie ceased to be a menagerie in the same instant, and became something for which the Aurelian's designers had not prepared a category because the category had been unnecessary until now. The grizzly bears were moving before the barriers finished dropping. The sound they made was not what she had expected, and she had expected a great deal, because she had spent 2 years in proximity to them and had a working model of their sound repertoire. What they produced in the moment of release was not a roar, not a vocalization built for intimidation or territory establishment. It was a breathing sound, deep, rhythmic, the concentrated exhalation of 640 kilograms of muscle engaging a sustained physical task. It was the sound of something that had already decided and was now executing the decision. And it was the most efficient and therefore the most frightening version of the sound, because it meant the decision had been made before the barrier dropped, and the bear had simply been waiting for the barrier to catch up. The grizzly bears were moving before the barriers finished dropping. They had been waiting. This was the thing that she had understood from the observation sessions in Cargo Section 7, watching them in the days since loading, watching the way they managed the kinetic field. The specific pattern of their movement near the barriers that was not aggression and was not submission, but was the constant low-level assessment of something that had never stopped investigating the boundary of its containment. They had not been resting. They had been ready. And the moment the ready became irrelevant, they were moving. And the movement was not the panicked scramble of confined animals suddenly freed, but the deliberate, purposeful locomotion of 640 kilograms per animal that had somewhere specific to be. The wolves came through the barrier gap in a pack formation, low and fast, a coordinated movement that had the quality of something that had been held at tension for days and had just been released. Koba did not scramble. Koba stood. She stood in the center of her enclosure space for approximately 3 seconds after the barrier dropped, and in those 3 seconds, she was entirely still, and she breathed the air of the menagerie corridor without the barrier's electromagnetic interference for the first time in 8 days, and she assessed. Then she walked forward, through the space where the barrier had been, and into the corridor. And she did not rush, because she was not the kind of thing that rushed. The alarm started at 14 seconds past the junction interruption. Not the individual cage alarms. Those had no emitters to report from. The section-level diagnostic alarm, the 40 to 60-second hold alarm, which was the sound of a system that had lost contact with its components and was attempting to locate the fault before escalating. It was a different tone than the containment alarm Sarah had triggered at the shark tanks 4 days ago, lower in frequency, less urgent in its register, the sound of an engineering problem rather than a biological emergency. The crew would recognize it as a power fault. They would dispatch the engineering watch to the menagerie section. The engineering watch would open the menagerie section door. They would open the menagerie section door. Sarah was out of the conduit and in the service corridor at the menagerie's south end before the alarm had completed its second cycle. Elias was where he had said he would be, at the south service corridor junction, and the rest of the team was in the shadow tier corridor positions they had mapped across 9 days of observation. Everyone was below the sight line of the sensor nodes. Everyone was below 90 kilograms. The surveillance loop showed empty corridors. "The zoo is officially open," he said. He said it quiet, the way he said everything tactical, without emphasis, as a coordinate. "And the zookeepers are the main course." She would have made a note about the metaphor, but the first scream from the menagerie corridor replaced the note entirely, and she started moving. The Imperials had opened the door. The chaos that followed was not random. This was the thing she had spent 3 weeks trying to communicate to the mission planners who had reviewed the operational design and had expressed concern about the controllability of a multi-species simultaneous release in an enclosed space, and the concern was legitimate if you modeled the situation as chaos, and the situation was not chaos. It was a system. The animals had their own logic, their own hierarchies, their own understanding of the space they were now moving through. And that understanding was not identical to the Imperial crew's tactical training, but was, in the relevant respects, considerably more current. The crew had been trained for threat profiles that came at them from the front at manageable distances. The grizzlies came from the sides. The wolves came from below the sight line of the targeting systems. Koba came from wherever Koba decided to come from, and Koba had been studying the crew's movement patterns from the observation position of her enclosure for 8 days. The animals' movement patterns had a logic to them that the Imperial crew's tactical response was not built to process, because the tactical response had been built around the assumption that threats moved toward their targets in ways that could be triangulated and addressed with directed energy at manageable range. The grizzlies did not move toward their targets. They moved toward space, and the crew was in the space. And the distinction between those two things was, in practical terms, identical in outcome and impossible to model from the targeting position. Because the bear was not targeting you. The bear was navigating, and you happened to be in its navigation path, and your armor was designed to deflect directed energy rather than redistribute kinetic force from a 640-kilogram navigation decision. The humans used the Leash signals, the specific hand position vocabulary they had developed over months of working with the animals in the reserve, which communicated in the language of proximity and posture and timing that the animals read as environmental information rather than directed communication. Not commands, not control. Relationship, maintained in the chaos the way that any relationship was maintained under stress. Through consistency, through the accumulated history of what each party expected from the other. Koba moved through the menagerie corridor, and the humans were not prey because they had never been prey, because she had decided this 2 years ago in the reserve and had not reconsidered it, and the Imperial crew members who were in the corridor were not humans, and were not the category of things that Koba had decided were not prey. And the distinction was, in practical terms, total. The team moved through the carnage, using the corridor shadow positions they had mapped, low and fast, and below the targeting threshold, while the Aurelians' most elite defenders fired at large animals in a confined space, and the large animals came from angles that the targeting doctrine had not modeled. The ammunition expenditure was significant. The firing solutions were not. Every shot that connected with a bear or a wolf produced a specific result, the animal's size and the animal's pain response, and the additional kinetic energy introduced into an already destabilized environment. We didn't release the monsters to save us. We released them to hide us. The menagerie corridor behind them was producing sounds that she was categorizing and filing without listening to. Because listening was the incorrect response to sounds of that category and filing was the correct one, and the category was outcome of the operation proceeding as planned, which meant the sounds were confirmation rather than information, and confirmation required acknowledgement rather than attention. The team was at the secondary engineering access before the first engagement in the menagerie section had resolved. They were in the access corridor before the second wave of guards reached the menagerie entrance. They were 2 decks up and moving toward engineering before the Imperial Tactical Command had processed what had happened and begun assembling its response, and the response, when it was assembled, was looking at the menagerie, because the menagerie was where the problem was visible and the team was no longer in the menagerie. Behind them, in the corridors of the Aurelian's midsection, the zoo stayed open. The chaos was not subsiding. The chaos was spreading, because chaos that involved multiple large apex predators and a crew that had been operating at 1.8% oxygen deficit for 11 hours spread through the available space the way that all pressure differentials resolved, which was toward the lowest resistance. which was wherever the crew was not yet prepared for it. The team was in the engineering access corridor. The team was exactly where they needed to be. The animals were doing the rest, without instruction, without coordination, with nothing but the fundamental operational logic of things that had been contained for 8 days and had just run out of containment. Below them, in the menagerie section and the corridors adjacent to it, the Aurelian's crew was engaging a multi-front biological emergency with the training and equipment they had been given, which was excellent training and excellent equipment for the problems the Regency had determined its crew would face. The bears did not care about the equipment. The wolves did not care about the training. Koba, who had 8 days of observation of this crew's movement patterns and a 2-year relationship with the concept of patience, was navigating the corridors of a ship whose layout she had been studying since the first day, and the only things she was giving the right of passage to were the things she had decided were not prey. And that decision had been made before she walked through the barrier gap, and it had not required revision. The team moved through the ship's shadow tier toward engineering, below the sensor threshold, through the corridors the lockdown had cleared, in a ship that was watching a loop from 9 days ago and seeing nothing. The zoo was officially open. The Imperial crew was learning at considerable cost what the zookeepers had always known, that the animals in the collection were not the most dangerous things that had boarded this ship. Chapter 11. The Human Quotient. Central engineering was the loudest place on the ship. Not loud in the way of a space that had not been acoustically managed. Loud in the way of a space that had been acoustically managed and had simply been defeated by the volume of what it contained. The Aurelian's primary fusion core occupied the geometric center of engineering, a column of controlled stellar reaction 6 meters in diameter and 20 meters tall, encased in a housing assembly that was itself a significant engineering achievement, and the housing hummed at a frequency that was felt in the chest and the teeth and the marrow before it was heard. The secondary conduit runs carried the core's output to the drive arrays, and the conduit runs hummed at a different frequency, and the frequencies combined in the space of the engineering bay to produce an acoustic environment that the crew had stopped hearing in the way that you stopped hearing anything that was present in every moment of every watch. The High Guard had been here for 37 minutes. He knew this because he had been in the service shaft above engineering for 39 minutes, having entered at the point where the shaft intersected the secondary maintenance run from the aft approach corridor, 2 minutes before the High Guard arrived below him through the main engineering access. He had heard them before he saw them, the specific acoustic signature of 6 heavily armored individuals moving in formation through a metal corridor, a sound that was different from the ambient of the engineering bay in the same way that a conversation was different from static. He had confirmed their number by the footfall pattern, which was something he had practiced against recordings until the distinction between 4 sets and 6 sets and 8 sets of footfalls in formation was as legible as the cooling fin count in Maintenance Shaft 4G. 6. In the phalanx, at the engine core access platform, positioned correctly. He had acknowledged this without resentment, because positioning correctly was what they should do, and because his plan did not require them to position incorrectly. His plan required them to be where they were. Elias had been counting from the moment he entered the service shaft above the engineering bay, when he had heard the change in the acoustic pattern that meant additional mass had entered the space below him, the way the sound absorbed differently when there were bodies in it, the way a room full of people sounded like a room full of people before you saw them. 6 bodies, he had estimated, and confirmed on his first sight line through the shaft junction's viewing gap. The High Guard had formed a phalanx at the engine core's access platform, which was the tactically defensible position in the space, elevated, clear sight lines in 3 directions, the core housing itself providing rear cover. They had positioned correctly. They were doing everything correctly. The fire suppression system occupied a separate conduit run adjacent to the primary ventilation shafts, designed to deliver a rapid atmospheric intervention in the event of a thermal event in the core housing. The suppression agent was dense, fast dispersing, and non-damaging to the hardware, which were the properties that made it useful for protecting machinery, and which were also the properties that, at the correct concentration, produced a rapid drop in the visibility range for thermal imaging systems. The Regency's targeting equipment in the High Guard's blasters used thermal imaging as its primary acquisition mode in enclosed spaces with complex ambient light conditions. Central engineering was an enclosed space with complex ambient light conditions. The suppression system's manual override was in the service conduit above the north ventilation junction, accessible from the maintenance shaft, behind a panel with a magnetic latch. Elias opened the panel. He opened the suppression override. He closed the panel. The agent came through the ventilation outputs in a dense, even cloud that reached the bay floor in approximately 12 seconds and began dispersing through the space at the rate the system had been designed for, which was fast enough to address a thermal event before it became structural. The High Guard reacted immediately. He heard the shift in their formation, the adjustment of their positioning, the specific quality of movement that trained personnel made when their primary sensory input was being compromised. They were adapting. They were good at adapting. The adaptation required them to move, which changed the formation, and the changed formation had different gaps than the formation it had replaced. Sarah was at the gravity control junction in the engineering sublevel before the suppression cloud had reached its full dispersal. The Aurelian's internal gravity was managed by plate emitters in the deck, calibrated to maintain 1.14 standard throughout the ship. The engineering sublevel had a secondary control junction that allowed the deck gravity in specific sections to be adjusted for maintenance operations, a safety feature designed to allow engineers to work in a zero-G environment when replacing heavy core components. The junction's controls were straightforward. She had reviewed them twice during her mapping runs, once in the documentation and once in person through the sublevel access panel at 6 in the morning on day 6 when the engineering watch was in the forward hull inspection rotation. She ran the gravity in the High Guard section of the bay to 2.5 standard. Not instantly. The system ramped the adjustment over 4 seconds, the same ramp rate it used for maintenance operations, because a sudden gravity shift produced structural stress in the deck plating, and the system's engineers had built the ramp in to protect the hardware. 4 seconds was enough warning for a human who knew it was coming and was positioned for it. It was not enough warning for a 6-person High Guard phalanx standing in a suppression cloud with compromised thermal imaging, trying to adapt their formation to a changed tactical environment. 2.5 standard was 245% of Earth gravity. It was significantly above Regency standard. The Regency's crew had adapted to their ship's 1.14 baseline, which meant their bodies were calibrated for an environment that was already demanding by Earth standards, and which meant that 2.5 standard landed on those bodies like a sudden assumption of a weight they had never carried. The High Guard were large, and large meant mass. And mass at 2.5 standard meant the skeletal and muscular systems were managing a load they had not been designed for and had not been trained for, because nobody had trained for this, because nobody had modeled the scenario in which the ship's gravity controls became a tactical variable. The sounds that came through the ventilation shaft were specific and brief, not the sounds of combat. Combat at range with directed energy weapons produced sounds that were sharp and energetic and had a back-and-forth quality, the exchange of fire between positions. What came through the shaft was the sounds of physics, the dense thud of mass against deck plating, repeated as the gravity ramp completed its 4-second transition, and the 640-plus kilograms of high guard and high guard equipment became all at once significantly more than what they had been a moment before. The sounds were brief because the physics was fast. Elias was through the bay access and on the engineering floor before the last of them had resolved, moving low and fast through the suppression cloud's lower layer, where the agent's concentration was highest and the visibility was least, and where the thermal imaging would be showing its worst data. At the agent's lowest layer, below the dispersal threshold, there was a band of approximately 60 centimeters above the deck plating where the concentration was dense enough to fully defeat thermal acquisition. He was 60 centimeters tall at the crawl, and he had been crawling through the lower layer since he came off the shaft ladder, and the high guard's targeting systems had been looking for something at the height where standing targets stood. At 2.5 standard, standing was no longer available as an option. He found the first target by the sound of the armor against the deck. The specific, unambiguous sound of equipment designed to protect someone who had been vertical now in contact with a horizontal surface, which was a sound he had heard before, and which was always specific, always unambiguous, always communicating the same set of facts about what had just happened to the person inside the equipment. At 2.5 standard, the armor that had been the High Guard's primary advantage had become an additional load distributed across a body that was already managing 2.5 times its expected weight, and a body managing that load did not have remaining capacity for the kind of rapid, precise physical response that close-range engagement required. The Regency had engineered the armor for the threats the Regency had modeled. The armor was, against those threats, exceptional. Against 2.5 standard gravity and a human moving at 60 centimeters above the deck through a suppression cloud, the armor had no relevant properties, and the sound was heavy in the way that things that were heavy when they met the floor of a space running 2.5 standard. He confirmed the status. He moved to the second. The suppression agent was beginning to thin at the upper level of the bay, which meant the thermal imaging was beginning to recover, which meant the window was closing. He was at the fourth target when the imaging began to reassert. He felt it rather than saw it, the way you felt a targeting systems acquisition attempt when you had spent enough time inside the coverage range of those systems to develop a working relationship with the sensation. He dropped flatter, below 60 centimeters, and the acquisition didn't complete, and he kept moving. Sarah came down from the sub-level junction to his left, moving through the thinning agent in the same 60-centimeter band, and they worked the remaining targets in the systematic order they worked everything, left-right, clear and confirm, because systematic was how you didn't miss one and discover the miss at an inopportune moment. The bay went quiet. Not the quiet of an empty space. Central engineering was never quiet in that sense. The fusion core hummed its chest-felt harmonic, the conduit runs added their frequencies, the suppression system completed its dispersal cycle, and the agent began clearing from the upper bay. The bay went quiet in the specific sense of a space that no longer contained active opposition, and the distinction between those two types of quiet was one of the most useful distinctions Elias had ever learned to make. He stood up. The gravity was still at 2.5 standard and he could feel it, not debilitating, not at his weight and training level, but present, a definite added cost to every movement, the same cost that had turned the High Guard's weight and equipment from advantages into the thing that had put them on the floor. He crossed to the engineering control console and ran the gravity adjustment back to standard, because 2.5 was useful for 45 seconds and was not useful as an ongoing operating condition. The engineering bay was operational. The fusion core was running at its normal output. The drive arrays were receiving their normal feed. The motive power of the Aurelian, the engine that drove 3 kilometers of Imperial warship through the void at transit speed, was now accessible to anyone standing at the engineering control console. He was standing at the engineering control console. "You thought the tiger was the king of the jungle?" he said, to no one in particular, to the humming bay, to the 6 members of the High Guard who were on the floor of it and would not be participating in the discussion. He put his hand flat on the console's surface and felt the fusion core's output through the housing, the deep, committed vibration of something that had been running for 11 years and had never once needed to consider who was managing it. The tiger didn't build the cage. He pressed the console's access confirmation, and the engineering control system accepted his input, and the Aurelian's motive power transferred to a new authorization baseline. I did. Engineering had fallen. The ship's motive power was under human control. This was the fact that the Regency's entire threat model had been built around preventing. The engine core was the reason for the phalanx, the reason for the 6 High Guards standing in the acoustically difficult environment of the engineering bay for 37 minutes before the suppression agent came through the vents. The core was the ship. Lose the core's control and you lost the ship's movement, its power distribution, its ability to sustain or redirect or accelerate, and against an enemy with a ship's drive, you were, regardless of your armor and your weapons and your tactical doctrine, a target that could not maneuver. The phalanx had been correct. The position had been correct. The Regency's threat model had correctly identified the engine core as the critical asset and had correctly deployed its best available assets to protect it. The threat model had not included the fire suppression system, or the gravity-controlled junction in the engineering sublevel, or a human being who weighed 63 kilograms moving through the lowest 60 centimeters of the space while the thermal imaging was temporarily blind. Below them, in the corridors between the menagerie section and the mid-deck approaches, the chaos that the release had seeded was continuing to spread. Because chaos of that kind didn't stop when you walked away from it. It continued on its own momentum, feeding on the crew's 11-hour oxygen deficit and the psychological pressure of the lockdown and the absence of functional communications and the things in the corridors that the surveillance loop couldn't show them because the surveillance loop was watching 9 days ago. The Aurelian was losing its ship. It just hadn't finished losing it yet. The engineering control console logged the authorization transfer with the same clean efficiency it logged everything. A timestamp, an access record, a confirmation that the new authorization baseline had been accepted. The system had no mechanism to flag the transfer as anomalous, because the transfer had been executed with the correct credentials, at the correct terminal, following the correct procedure. The procedure was working exactly as designed. The design was working exactly as intended. The intention had been to ensure that authorized personnel could access and manage the ship's motive power without delay or obstruction. Authorized personnel were doing exactly that. Below in the corridors, the chaos the release had seeded continued its propagation through the available space. In the locked compartments along the command tier, 330-some crew members were managing their oxygen deficit and their fear and the sounds coming through their sealed doors and the knowledge that their commander had ordered a lockdown and their commander was not answering the internal call function. The ship's automated systems were running their cycles, cleaning drones and power management and the loop in the surveillance hub that showed 9-day-old footage of empty corridors. The relay arrays in the comms hub were humming their signals into the void and receiving the void's reply, which was nothing, which had been nothing for some time now. The team had the engineering bay. They had comms. They had sensors. They had motive power. They had the gravity controls. They had used all four of those things against the ship that contained them in the ship's own corridors, with the ship's own systems, and the ship's own log was recording every step of the process in the ship's own voice, time-stamped and confirmed, impeccably documented. One team, 9 days, 3 kilometers of Imperial warship. The count was not finished. Chapter 12. The Long Walk. He walked. The grand corridor of the Aurelian ran 2 kilometers from the aft engineering section to the forward bridge approach. A straight transit passage wide enough to move heavy equipment through, and tall enough to accommodate the species the ship had been built for. And it was in these dimensions, its width, its height, its absolute straightness, that it became, for the purposes of what was happening in it now, the most important piece of architecture on the ship. Not because of the engineering that had gone into it, because of the physics. The physics was simple. It was the physics of pursuit. Elias walked at a pace of 118 steps per minute, which was his sustainable cruising pace, the pace he could maintain for 8 hours without meaningful degradation in either speed or attentiveness. He had measured it. He had measured it the same way he had measured everything else that mattered in the 4 years of preparation for this operation, with the specific precision of someone who understood that the difference between a pace you could sustain and a pace you believed you could sustain was a gap that revealed itself at the worst possible moment. 118 steps per minute, steady, rhythmic, not fast, not slow. The pace of something that had decided it was going to arrive. The survivors ahead of him, 8 of them, he had counted from the engineering bay's elevated position before he came down to the corridor floor, members of the engineering watch and 2 of the command staff who had broken from their compartments when the lockdown cascade had failed to reach their section, were moving faster than he was. Considerably faster. In the bursts, the panicked sprint and stop pattern of people who were trying to outrun something and were not quite sure how far behind it was. They were faster than him, and they knew it, and they were using that speed in the way that people used superior speed when they were afraid. In expendable bursts, without discipline, without managing the resource. He didn't need to be faster. He needed to be consistent. The survivors did not know he was behind them. They knew something was behind them. The evidence of the corridor's history was impossible to misread, with the snares and the locked compartments and the things in the side passages that had been their fellow crew members last week and which had become something else. But they did not know what specifically was behind them, and not knowing produced the specific inefficiency of a group that was spending attention on the unknown rather than on the route. They were looking back. He was looking forward. The oxygen deficit they had been accumulating for 12 hours was doing the specific work that oxygen deficits did at the 12-hour mark. Not the acute impairment of an abrupt drop, but the accumulated debt. The cellular tax that had been accumulating since Sarah had turned the dial in the life support substation, the physiological consequence of 11.8 hours of operating at 1.8% below optimal. It showed in the quality of the sprint, not the speed of it. They were still fast in the burst, but the recovery. The interval between one burst and the next was extending, the resting heart rate climbing, the decision window between flight impulses growing longer, as the bodies managed a debt they could feel but had not correctly identified. They were running on something that was running out. He was running on consistency. The first wire snare went off at the 300-meter mark, where the corridor passed the secondary crew recreation section, and the wall configuration created a natural pinch point that he had noted during his mapping run and had marked in the mental model of the grand corridor that he had been building from the schematics and confirming in person for 9 days. The snare was not a killing instrument. It was a tripping instrument, a fall instrument, an instrument that produced a noise and an interruption and a delay and the specific psychological effect of finding in the place you had thought was safe to rest, something that indicated the thing behind you was also ahead of you. The snare went off, and the 8 survivors produced the sounds of people who were not prepared for what they found, and 3 of them went down, and the remaining 5 had to stop and make a decision about the 3, and the decision took 12 seconds. 12 seconds at 118 steps per minute was 23 meters. He kept walking. 118 steps per minute, the same as the first step in the grand corridor, the same as the 47th step, the same as it would be at step 800 and the step after that. Consistent in the way that he had trained himself to be consistent, and in the way that consistency, sustained long enough, became something that looked from the outside like inevitability. The most dangerous thing about a human was not the weapons. It was not the speed, and it was not the strength, and it was not the tactical doctrine, and it was not the technology. The most dangerous thing about a human was the calculation, running in the background, patient and exact, the gap decreasing at 118 steps per minute whether the target was watching or not. They were not going to make the bridge. The calculation had already determined this. He had done the math 4 years ago. In Commander Vax's sealed quarters, the bedside communications panel had received a signal 31 minutes ago that had not been the Tiger's vocalization. This signal had been a visual feed, routed through the same unauthorized connection that had transmitted the audio, displaying on the quarter's secondary display screen the feed from a camera that was not one of the Aurelian's internal sensor network's listed devices, because it had been placed in the Grand Corridor's northern junction housing on day 8 by a human being who had been performing a routine inspection of the handler equipment storage area adjacent to that junction, and who had, in the course of that inspection, taken 4 minutes longer than the inspection should have required. Vax had been watching the feed for 31 minutes. He had watched the animals. This was what had claimed his attention in the first minutes. The Siberian tiger moving through the Grand Corridor's side passage, which was visible in the feed's peripheral range, navigating at her own pace without urgency, and the grizzly bears visible further back, and the wolves in the midsection of the passage. He had watched them move. He had been prepared intellectually to observe that large predators released into a confined space would be dangerous. He had not been prepared to observe that large predators released into a confined space were not dangerous to the humans who were also moving through it. He had watched Organic Asset 1, the tiger, pass within 6 meters of a human operative in the corridor's side passage, and the tiger had adjusted her path by approximately 2 degrees, and the human had not adjusted at all, and neither of them had broken pace, and the adjustment had been so small and so casual that it had taken him 3 viewings of that specific moment to accept what he was seeing. The animals were not hunting the humans. This was not the finding he had expected. He had expected, watching the feed, to observe a chaotic space in which everything biological was dangerous to everything else biological, the natural result of releasing apex predators into an enclosed environment with a captive prey population. He had expected terror distributed evenly across all categories. He had not expected to observe Organic Asset 1, a 312-kilogram felid classified at the highest tier of his acquisition index, a specimen he had personally assessed as a near-optimal example of terrestrial predation, making deliberate path adjustments around human operatives while making no such adjustments around Imperial crew members. The data was not ambiguous. It was the most unambiguous data the feed had produced. The animals had a category for the handlers that was different from their category for the crew, and the category they had assigned to the handlers was not prey. He had studied enough specimen behavioral records to understand that this category, once assigned by a large predator, was stable. It was not assigned lightly, and it was not revised without cause. The tiger had decided, at some point before the barriers dropped, that the humans in the cargo section were not prey, and that decision was operating in the Grand Corridor right now as a 2-degree path adjustment that was more informative than anything else he had seen in 31 minutes of feed. He had been watching the feed for 31 minutes, and he had not seen a single instance of a human operative in proximity to a released specimen that had resulted in anything other than a minor path adjustment and a continuation of the operative's original trajectory. He had seen 3 instances of Imperial crew members in proximity to released specimens. The data from those 3 instances had caused him to stop looking at the specimen behavior and to look instead at the human behavior. And the human behavior was what he was watching now, the figure in the center of the Grand Corridor. Walking, not running, not taking cover, not checking behind him or adjusting to the position of the survivors ahead of him. Walking at a pace that was slower than the people he was following, but that had not varied by any perceptible amount across the 31 minutes of the feed, and the people ahead of him were, across those same 31 minutes, moving a shorter distance per unit of time than they had been at the beginning of the feed, and the figure at the steady pace was not. Vax sat in his sealed quarters, and he held the tiger's tooth in his hand, and he watched the mathematics of the Grand Corridor resolve themselves on his secondary display screen in a way that required no analytical assistance. The gap between the figure and the survivors was not closing because the figure was fast. The gap was closing because the figure was not slowing down. The second snare went off at the 900-meter mark in a recessed emergency equipment alcove that the survivors had used as a resting position. The sound was the specific crack of a tension mechanism releasing, followed by the sounds of a group of people who had thought they were safe, discovering they were not. Elias didn't alter his pace. He heard it from behind him, which told him they had reversed course and passed the alcove before the snare went off, which meant they were no longer running forward. They were running in the pattern of things that were no longer making strategic decisions. They were running in the pattern of things that were trying to put space between themselves and the thing behind them, and had lost track of the fact that the thing behind them was also in front of them, and that the space between those two conditions was finite. He kept walking. 118 steps per minute. The same as the first step in the Grand Corridor, the same as the 47th step, the same as it would be at step 800 and the step after that, consistent in the way that he had trained himself to be consistent, and in the way that consistency, sustained long enough, became something that looked from the outside like inevitability. The most dangerous thing about a human was not the weapons. It was not the speed. And it was not the strength, and it was not the tactical doctrine, and it was not the technology. The most dangerous thing about a human was the calculation, running in the background, patient and exact, the gap decreasing at 118 steps per minute whether the target was watching or not. They were not going to make the bridge. The calculation had already determined this. He had done the math 4 years ago. 118 steps per minute. The corridor's lighting was at the flutter tier level now, the shadow propagation having reached the Grand Corridor through the junction fault from the aft block. Not dark, not quite, but the quality of light that made distances uncertain and positions harder to fix. The quality of light that was harder for the tired and the frightened than for something that was neither. He was not tired. He had been trained for this. Not the specific corridor, not the specific ship. the specific condition, the state of moving at your own sustainable pace towards something that was moving at an unsustainable pace and staying in that state for as long as the mathematics required. Persistence hunting was not a sprint. It was a calculation. The calculation was simple. You did not need to be faster than what you were following. You needed to be consistent, and you needed to be patient, and you needed to never stop coming, because the thing you were following would stop. Biology required it to stop. And when it stopped, the gap between its stop and your continued movement was the only gap that mattered. He had been calculating this gap for 4 years. In the sealed quarters at the bow of the ship, Vax watched the feed and understood, finally and completely, the nature of the thing he had catalogued incorrectly. Not its strength, not its weapons, not its technology, its patience. He had a civilization's worth of apex predator in his cargo hold, the strongest, the fastest, the most lethally specialized hunters his acquisition network had ever identified, and they were adjusting their paths by 2 degrees for the things in the corridor that had not once, across 31 minutes of feed, looked behind them to check if the gap was closing. Because they already knew the gap was closing. Because they were the ones closing it. Vax set the tooth on the surface beside the display, and he pressed both hands flat against the surface, and he looked at the feed, at the figure that was not running, at the survivors who were running less and less, and he understood with the specific clarity of a collector who had spent 23 years learning to identify what a specimen's behavior actually indicated rather than what he had expected it to indicate, that he had been studying the wrong specimens. He had been studying the animals in the collection. He had been watching the claws and the teeth and the mass. He had not been watching the handlers, because handlers were not specimens. Handlers were apparatus. Handlers were the infrastructure through which specimens were managed, and the infrastructure was not interesting. The infrastructure had been studying him. At the 1,200-meter mark, the survivors were no longer running. They were moving at the irregular, heavy gait of bodies that had been asking for more than they had left to give for longer than they should have been asking, and the movement was the specific texture of humans watched Elias had seen in training simulations and field protocols and had spent 4 years confirming was the end state of the calculation, the moment when the biological debt came due all at once, and the asset that had been the target's primary advantage became the thing that had run out. They were not going to make the bridge. He kept walking. 118 steps per minute, the same as the first step in the grand corridor, the same as the 47th step, the same as it would be at step 800 and the step after that, consistent in the way that he had trained himself to be consistent, and in the way that consistency, sustained long enough, became something that looked from the outside like inevitability. The most dangerous thing about a human was not the weapons. It was not the speed, and it was not the strength, and it was not the tactical doctrine, and it was not the technology. The most dangerous thing about a human was the calculation, running in the background, patient and exact, the gap decreasing at 118 steps per minute whether the target was watching or not. They were not going to make the bridge. The calculation had already determined this. He had done the math 4 years ago. Chapter 13. The Siege of the Bridge. The bridge blast doors were 4 meters of reinforced composite, rated to maintain structural integrity against a sustained direct energy discharge from a vessel-class weapon at close range. They had been tested to this rating at the Regency's primary hull engineering facility 11 years ago, before the Aurelian entered service, and they had been certified and logged, and the certification had never been revisited because blast doors of this specification did not require revisiting. The engineering rationale was sound, the material science was correct, there was no directed energy weapon in the operational theater that could breach those doors in a time frame that would be tactically relevant. The cleaning foam was not a directed energy weapon. The bridge approach corridor was the cleanest space on the ship. This was not an accident. The bridge approach ran from the forward junction of the Grand Corridor to the 3 blast door access points, a distance of approximately 60 meters, and it had been maintained by the Aurelian's cleaning drones at an elevated cycle frequency because the approach to the bridge was, by the Regency's pristine law, the approach to the seat of command. And the seat of command required an environment that reflected the order it existed to impose. The drones had run their cycles even during the lockdown because the drones were automated and the lockdown did not stop automated systems, and the corridor was spotless in the specific, rigorous way of a space that had been cleaned twice in the last 4 hours by machines that had no awareness of what else was happening on the ship. The cleaning drones had passed Elias twice in the last hour. Both times, the drone had registered him as ambient biological matter below the 90-kilogram threshold and had not adjusted its cycle to account for him. He had pressed himself into the wall, and the drone had passed and cleaned the floor beneath him and moved on, and the corridor had been cleaned behind it, and he had been in the corridor, and the corridor's cleaning log showed no anomalies. Elias crouched in the bridge approach corridor at the 40-centimeter space between the blast door's lower edge and the floor. The gap that existed because blast doors operated on a track system and track systems required clearance, and applied the shaped charge to the door's lower right junction where the track housing met the door's primary locking mechanism, at the point he had identified from the architectural specifications as the location where the door's structural integrity depended on the junction's integrity, and where the junction's integrity depended on the integrity of the polymer housing that enclosed the track mechanism, and where the polymer housing was the same polymer class as the cage-cleaning reagent bottles that were distributed throughout the handler kit, and where the corrosive foam that the bio-sanitation kit's components produced in their combined multi-stage application was, against polymer of that class, a function of time and concentration rather than energy. He had been applying it for 4 minutes. The junction was ready. The decision to seal the bridge had been Vax's, issued from his quarters via the command override function that bypassed the standard internal communications network and routed directly to the bridge crew's emergency alert system, a command channel that had still been functional when the internal communications network was not, because the command override channel was hardened against the specific type of network disruption that the Regency's threat models had identified as the most likely vector for communication compromise, which was electronic interference, not a dead communications officer and a signal filament in a relay conduit. Vax had reached his crew through the one remaining channel he had. His crew had sealed the bridge. The 4-meter blast doors had come down at the bridge's 3 access points with the heavy final sound of things that had been engineered to be permanent. It had taken Vax 11 hours to reach that command channel. Sarah had been managing the delay. The command override function was hardened, but hardened against the threat vectors the Regency had modeled, which were electronic in nature, and the delay had not been electronic in nature. It had been physical. The quarter's power junction, accessible via the maintenance conduit that ran adjacent to the commander's suite on the port side, which Elias had mapped on day 4 and had accessed twice since, once to confirm the junction's function and once, 11 hours ago, to introduce a specific fault into the override module's power draw that produced a condition identical to a slipstream electrical surge in the junction's diagnostic readout. Not a shutdown, a degradation. The kind of degradation that a hardened command channel experienced in slipstream transit, logged as transit interference, deferred for engineering attention after the transit completed. Vax had been trying to reach his crew through a channel that was, at the electrical level, experiencing exactly what the manual said to expect in exactly these conditions. He had tried for 11 hours. The power draw fault had corrected itself on schedule when Elias removed it from the junction this morning because the fault was mechanical and mechanical faults were removable, and Vax had reached his crew exactly when the team needed him to reach them. After they had the engineering bay, after they had the atmospheric controls, after they had seeded the grand corridor and the bridge approach, and were in position at all 3 access points. The life support mainframe for the bridge section occupied a service closet adjacent to the secondary bridge access point, separated from the bridge environment by the same composite partition construction that had provided the entry point to the life support substation on day 6. The partition had yielded to the same method: the magnetic latch on the service closet's maintenance access panel, the flat pry tool, the specific lateral force that composite partition maintenance panels yielded to when it was applied at the correct angle, which was an angle Sarah had confirmed on day 3 during the secondary mapping run. She had been in the life support service closet for 6 minutes when Vax's bridge seal order came through, and she had already completed the relevant adjustments 3 minutes before that. The bridge section's life support system operated on a separate circuit from the ship's main atmospheric management, a design feature that had been implemented to ensure the command center could maintain its operational environment even if the main system was compromised. This was correct design. The bridge could sustain its atmosphere independently of anything that happened to the ship's other environmental systems. It could sustain the Regency standard pressure blend with complete autonomy. It could not sustain anything it had not been configured to sustain. Sarah had reconfigured it. The Aurelian ran at the Regency's standard atmospheric pressure, a precise blend at a precise pressure that the Regency's physiology had adapted to across generations, and that had become, over those generations, the baseline against which all environments were measured. The blend was not Earth standard. Earth standard was 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level, a pressure that Earth life had adapted to across a different set of generations, under a different atmospheric chemistry, with a different physiological result. The Regency's standard was higher. The difference between the two standards was not enormous, considered as raw pressure differential. It was significant, considered as a biological event for a respiratory system that had spent its entire existence adapting to the higher pressure and that had never, in the evolutionary history of the species, needed to model the lower one. Sarah vented the bridge's atmospheric section to Earth standard 14.7. The process took 9 minutes to complete the full pressure differential because the life support mainframe's adjustment system ramped pressure changes rather than dropping them instantly, a safety feature designed to prevent rapid pressure events from damaging sensitive bridge hardware. The ramp rate was 4 minutes to reach the halfway point, 9 minutes to complete the transition. She had confirmed the ramp rate from the maintenance documentation on day 4. She had confirmed that the bridge section's atmospheric system was independent from the aft section's atmospheric system that she had already adjusted. Independent, sealed by the blast doors, managing its own internal environment. A self-contained system that would now manage its own internal environment at a pressure the people inside it had no framework for addressing, because the people inside it had never been outside a Regency standard environment in their lives and had never needed to develop a framework. The bridge crew had been at full Regency standard when the blast doors sealed. They were now in a room that was reducing to 14.7 psi at the rate the safety ramp allowed. In the bridge approach corridor, the cleaning foam completed its work on the polymer junction housing. Elias applied the final component and stepped back to the corridor wall and waited, and the wait was 17 seconds, and at 17 seconds the junction housing failed at the 3 application points in a sequence that took less than 1 second to complete, and that produced, from the composite material, the specific dense chemical smell that the foam always produced when it had finished what it had been configured to finish, and the blast door's lower right corner dropped 4 centimeters onto the track housing in a way that compromised the door's seal integrity at the base. A 4-centimeter gap was not a breach. It was not large enough to pass a weapon through. It was not large enough to pass a person through. It was large enough for atmosphere to equalize, and the bridge atmosphere was currently at a pressure that was significantly below the corridor's maintained standard, and the corridor's atmosphere, which was the Aurelian's standard aft section atmosphere, itself already at the adjusted level Sarah had set 11 hours ago, moved through the gap in the direction that pressure differentials always moved, which was from higher to lower. The bridge crew had been managing a pressure drop. They had now accelerated it. Elias waited at the corridor wall with his kit sealed and his hands still, and he thought about the progression. He had read the physiological documentation for Regency biology at high-pressure exposure and at Earth standard exposure during the planning phase, and the documentation was specific in its description of what the body did when it had spent its entire existence at one pressure standard and was introduced to another. Not the immediate acute symptoms, which were manageable at moderate differentials with adequate time to adapt. The documentation concerned itself with the combination, the 11-hour oxygen deficit that the aft section crew had already been living with, layered with the rapid pressure transition to a standard their respiratory systems had not modeled. The combination produced a physiological cascade that the documentation described in precise clinical language that Elias had read twice and had not read a third time because twice was sufficient to understand what would happen on the bridge in the next 30 minutes. The documentation had been specific. The Regency's higher pressure standard meant their pulmonary systems were calibrated for it, the gas exchange in their lung tissue, the blood saturation thresholds, the pressure gradient across the alveolar membrane that drove respiratory function. All of it calibrated for their standard. At Earth Standard 14.7, those gradients changed. The gas exchange became less efficient. The blood saturation dropped. The body compensated by increasing respiratory rate, which was the correct response, and which produced, over the course of 30 minutes, the compounding effect of an already taxed system working harder to achieve less than it had been achieving before, at the end of 11 hours in which the oxygen content of the air it had been breathing was already below the system's optimal operational range. The documentation called this a respiratory cascade. The clinical description was precise and careful, and the word hemorrhage appeared in it, and appeared more than once. The documentation had been correct about the deficit. He had reason to believe it was also correct about this. Behind the blast doors, the Aurelian's bridge crew was experiencing, for the first time in their lives, Earth standard atmospheric pressure, not as an interesting environmental note. As a condition their bodies were not equipped to sustain in combination with everything else they had been sustaining. They were experiencing what it felt like to be the planet they had taken 11 years ago. He looked at the door, at the gap at the base of it, at the 4-centimeter space that the foam had created in a door rated against vessel-class directed energy weapons produced by the combined components of a bio-sanitation kit that the Regency's dock inspectors had cleared in 11 seconds as non-threatening biological maintenance supplies. "It's not a siege," he said quietly, to the door, to the closed bridge behind it, to whatever Vax had become in the 37 hours since a tooth had been placed on his pillow. "It's a pressure equalization." He waited. The bridge crew had the blast doors. They had their weapons. They had their training and their tactical doctrine and the full complement of the Regency's institutional certainty about what a bridge defense looked like and how it was conducted and what the expected parameters of the engagement were. They had the tactical doctrine for this specific scenario: the defended bridge, the sealed blast doors, the crew at their stations, the command tier as the last position, hold and wait for relief. The doctrine was sound. It had been developed for situations in which a relief force existed and was coming and needed time to arrive. They had 14.7 psi. They were going to have trouble with the 14.7 psi. That was what Earth felt like, from the inside to a species that had arrived at it from above. Not from below the way Earth life had, not from the long, patient, evolutionary grinding upward from the anaerobic ocean floor through the slow accumulation of atmosphere that had built this specific pressure over billions of years of biological negotiation with chemistry. From above, arriving at it in 9 minutes via a safety ramp in a life support mainframe in a service closet accessible through a composite partition panel with a magnetic latch. The blast door's 4-centimeter gap was equalizing. The corridor's atmosphere was moving through it. In approximately 22 minutes, the bridge would be at full Earth standard, and the people behind the blast door would be at full Earth standard with it, and the clinical documentation that Elias had read twice and had stopped reading after that would be resolving itself in real time behind 4 meters of reinforced composite that no directed energy weapon in the operational theater could breach. He had breached it with soap and a pry tool. He was waiting for the physics to finish what the chemistry had started. Chapter 14. The Long Walk Inward. 22 minutes after Sarah adjusted the bridge's atmospheric section, Elias breached the door. Not with force. With a secondary application of the cleaning foam at the compromised junction's adjacent contact point, 2 minutes of work, the flat pry tool at the correct angle, the gap widening from 4 centimeters to 11, and then the locking mechanism's remaining support failing in the quiet way that undermined things failed. Without drama, without the percussion of a thing being broken, and with only the sound of a thing that had become something it was no longer capable of being. The blast door's lower section separated from its track housing by 19 centimeters, enough to pass a person through in a controlled crawl, enough for the corridor's atmosphere, now equalized to the bridge's depressurized level, to complete the exchange that had been running through the 4-centimeter gap for 22 minutes. He went through head first, on his back, sliding under the door's lower edge with his kit pressed flat against his chest, and he was on the bridge before his eyes had fully adapted to the change in light. The bridge of the Aurelian was the largest single operational space on the ship. 40 meters across, its forward wall a continuous arc of display panels showing navigational data and sensor feeds and system status in the dense, layered format that the Regency used for command spaces, the visual language of a civilization that had decided information density communicated authority, that the correct environment for command was one in which more data was present than any individual could process, so that the act of command became a selection from abundance rather than a search through scarcity. The panels were active. Every readout was running. The ship was reporting its own condition in real time to a bridge that was no longer managing it. The bridge of the Aurelian smelled of fear and over-processed air and the specific chemical signature of respiratory distress, which was a combination of biological outputs that no environmental system had been designed to filter, because no environmental system had been designed for this event. The displays were active and reporting. The ship's systems were nominal in the ways the team had not altered them, and were not nominal in the ways they had, and the display panels were dutifully reporting both conditions in the dense layered data language that the Regency used for command spaces, all of it updating in real time, all of it completely unobserved. The bridge crew was against the forward wall, not in formation, not at their stations, against the wall, in the specific arrangement that people arrived at when the instructions their bodies were receiving were primarily concerned with maintaining upright posture, and the instructions were not being fully followed. There were 12 of them. He counted from the breach point quickly the way you counted when accuracy mattered and speed mattered equally, and they were alive, all 12. And they were in the condition that 14.7 psi and 11 hours of oxygen deficit produced in a species that had no framework for either. Their weapons were still holstered. This was the detail that required the most specific accounting. 12 armed personnel against the wall, and their weapons were holstered because drawing a weapon required a decision, and decisions required the cognitive overhead that their bodies were spending on the more immediate priority of managing a respiratory system that was producing less output than it was being asked for. They could reach their weapons. The decision to reach them was the obstacle. He stood in the breach for 2 seconds, running his inventory. 12 crew members, all living, all against the wall. 4 security turrets in standby. Primary control console at 11 meters, secondary at 15. The displays showing a complete ship status picture. Sarah was coming through the breach behind him. The kit was sealed. His hands were where they needed to be. He walked across the bridge. Not fast. Not tactical in any way that would read as tactical to someone watching the approach. Not the low-moving, sightline managing approach that a trained combatant made toward a defended position, but the walking of someone who had decided that the position was no longer defended in any way that required the tactical approach. The 12 people against the wall looked at him. He walked toward them and then past them, because the console was past them, and the console was what he had come for, and the 12 people against the wall were between him and the console only in the geometric sense, not tactical. The pace he had walked the grand corridor, 118 steps per minute, steady, rhythmic, the pace of something that had decided it was going to arrive. The bridge was 40 meters across, and he needed to cross 30 of them to reach the primary control console. And he walked those 30 meters in the way that he had walked the 2 kilometers of the grand corridor, in the way that he had been trained to walk toward things that were trying not to be reached, with the patience that he had spent 4 years building, and that was, at this distance, with 12 people against the wall with their weapons holstered, the only thing the situation required. The bridge's internal security turrets, 4 of them, mounted at the cardinal points of the command arc, each one a directed energy unit rated for close-quarters threat suppression, tracked him as he walked. They tracked him and did not fire. The Vermin Protocol's 90-kilogram threshold applied to every automated targeting system on the Aurelian that had been calibrated at the ship's original commissioning, and the bridge security turrets had been calibrated at commissioning, and Elias was 63 kilograms. And the turrets tracked him and found nothing in their targeting criteria that matched what they were tracking, and resolved the non-match as environmental noise, and returned to standby. He reached the primary control console and put his hands on the surface and looked at the bridge display panels and took in the ship's current status in the way that he had learned to take in operational data, not reading, not analyzing, pattern recognition, the state of the whole rather than the detail of the parts. And the state of the whole was, the ship is intact. The ship is functional. The ship is running its systems and waiting for direction. The ship has direction available from 2 humans who are standing at its command consoles with credentials. The ship cannot distinguish from those of the people who had been standing here for 11 years. The ship was ready. Sarah came through the breach behind him. He heard her, the controlled slide under the door edge, the specific recovery motion of someone who had practiced breaching a gap that was 19 centimeters tall. And she was at the secondary console in the time it took him to survey the bridge's current system states. The displays were showing him everything he needed. The ship's status was complete. Engineering, navigation, life support, communications, weapons, the IFF, identification friend or foe, system that managed the automated targeting criteria for the Aurelian's internal and external defense networks. The IFF was the one that mattered most at this moment. "The turret system," he said. "On it," Sarah said. She had the secondary console's access interface open, her hands moving through the authentication sequence that the bridge's own authorization system had accepted, the same retinal data that had opened Vax's quarters, applied now to the bridge's command tier system, which recognized it as valid commander-level access and made no inquiry about whether the commander was the person providing it. IFF Protocol Database. How do we want to run this? Walk me through the IFF architecture, he said. Not a question. The confirmation of something he already knew the shape of, spoken aloud so that Sarah could identify any deviation from the briefing model that the operational environment had produced. Biometric database. 2 tiers, she said. Her hands were running the authentication in the background, the kind of parallel processing she did as a matter of course, talking and working simultaneously without either suffering for the other. Command class and non-threat. Command class gets protection from the turret network. Non-threat gets ignored. Anything outside those 2 categories, the system flags and holds for command decision. She paused, and he could hear the pause was not uncertainty, but something more like professional appreciation. There's no hostile tier in the existing database. We'd be creating it. Which, yeah, that's a design gap they're going to be embarrassed about for a while. 2 categories, he said. Human genome markers as command class, Regency genome markers as... He looked at the bridge crew against the forward wall, at the turrets that were tracking him without registering him, at the 40 meters of the most sophisticated command center the Regency had ever built, running its systems and reporting its status and waiting for someone to tell it what to do, the way that systems did when they had been designed to receive direction rather than to question the direction's source. Hostile bio-waste. Sarah ran the IFF override. The system accepted the new targeting criteria in the same clean, efficient way that it had accepted everything else they had asked of it, because the credentials were correct, because the access was authorized, because the Aurelian systems had been built to execute correct instructions from authorized sources and had no architecture for questioning whether the source's intentions matched the system's original design purpose. The IFF database updated. The targeting criteria propagated through the ship's defense network in a 6-second cascade, deck by deck, turret by turret, the automated systems receiving their new instructions and integrating them and confirming integration in the ship's security log with the impeccable record-keeping of systems that had been designed to be auditable. The bridge security turrets updated their targeting criteria. The 6-second cascade moved through the ship's defense network with the same clean efficiency as every other system update the Aurelian had processed since the operation began. Correct credentials, authorized command, valid IFF format, accepted, propagated, confirmed. The turret's targeting databases updated. The threat assessment protocols loaded the new criteria. Each turret ran a confirmation cycle, verified the new database was active, and returned to operational standby. They tracked the bridge crew against the forward wall, and the bridge crew's biometric signatures matched the new hostile bio-waste designation, and the targeting solutions resolved with the specific mechanical precision of systems that had been engineered to be precise. And the targeting indicators on each turret rotated from green standby to the amber of an acquired target. And the 12 people against the wall saw the indicators change and understood what the indicators meant because they had been trained to understand what the indicators meant because the indicators had been on their side for 11 years. And the bridge crew registered in the new IFF database as hostile bio-waste, and the turret's targeting solutions resolved, and the turrets did not fire immediately because the turret's threat assessment protocol required a sustained lock before committing to engagement. The bridge crew looked at the turrets that had been their ship's protective systems for 11 years and were now, in the 6 seconds since the IFF cascade had completed, pointing at them. Not slowly, not with the gradual rotation of a system making a considered decision. With the immediate committed movement of a targeting system that had received a clear instruction and was executing it, and which had no architecture for second-guessing clear instructions, and which had, for 11 years, been the thing that pointed at the threat, and was now, for the first time, pointing at the crew. And the crew knew exactly what that meant, because they had been trained to know what that meant, and had never expected to need that training from this direction. The Empire wanted a zoo, Elias said. He did not say it to the bridge crew specifically. He said it to the bridge, to the ship, to the 3 kilometers of Regency warship that was, at this moment, running on new instructions. We're just making sure the gates stay locked. He looked at the turrets, at the targeting locks resolving, at the system doing exactly what it had been designed to do, protecting the ship against what it had been told was a threat, with no mechanism to question the designation. From the inside, he entered the command to hold the turret fire. Not permanently, not an override. A targeting pause that placed the engagement decision at the command console rather than in the turret's automated protocol. He held it there. He had not come to the bridge to use the turrets on 12 people who were against a wall with their weapons holstered, managing their respiratory function. He had come to the bridge to demonstrate that the turrets would. The 12 members of the bridge crew looked at the targeting indicators on the turrets that had been their ship's protective systems for 11 years, and the targeting indicators were pointed at them. And the bridge crew understood what the indicators meant, because they had been trained in what the indicators meant, and what the indicators meant was that the defense systems of the Aurelian had been given a new definition of the thing that needed defending against. The most dangerous thing in this room was not the people against the wall. It was not the turrets, though the turrets would have been the most dangerous thing in this room for 11 years under any previous operational condition. It was not the humans with the cleaning kits, though the cleaning kits had, in the past 2 weeks, been a neurotoxin delivery system, an audio capture device, a signal loop injector, a shaped explosive, and the chemistry that had opened a 4-meter blast door from the wrong side. The most dangerous thing in this room was the operational log. The Aurelian's operational log had recorded every system event of the past 2 weeks with the impeccable, time-stamped precision of a system that had been designed to be auditable. It had recorded the atmospheric adjustments. It had recorded the IFF database update. It had recorded the engineering authorization transfer. It had recorded the lockdown command. It had recorded the surveillance loop installation and the comms relay degradation and every other system state that the team had introduced, all of it in the ship's own voice, all of it confirming that every action had been taken by authorized personnel with correct credentials following valid procedures. The log would go back to the Regency with the ship. The Regency would read it. The Regency would understand from the log exactly how the most powerful warship in its fleet had been taken by 9 handlers and a collection of animals using soap and wire and the ship's own security architecture. The most dangerous thing in this room was that they already knew it. Chapter 15. The Repurpose. Commander Vax came onto the bridge through the maintenance access point in the port bulkhead, not the blast door. The blast door had a 19-centimeter gap at its base, and Vax was not built for 19 centimeters, and in any case, the blast door was not the point. The maintenance access point was. Elias had placed it in the model the first week during Sarah's secondary mapping run as one of 14 access points to the bridge that were not the blast doors and were not, in the Regency's tactical doctrine for bridge defense, considered primary vulnerabilities because they were maintenance access points, sized for maintenance equipment and maintenance personnel, and not for anything that the doctrine would classify as a threat. Vax was not a threat. He was the commander of this ship. He was also 2 meters tall, and the maintenance access point was 1.8 meters high, and he came through it in a crouch that he did not recover from immediately, remaining low for the 2 seconds after he entered the bridge, which was not a tactical posture, but was the posture of someone whose body was managing 14.7 psi and finding it expensive. He straightened and looked at the bridge. Not quickly. He straightened the way people straightened when straightening required a specific decision rather than an automatic response, and he held himself upright with the particular stillness of a man who was using stillness as a tool rather than experiencing it as a state. His robes were not pristine. They had been pristine on the reserve, pristine in the loading bay, pristine at every point in the transit during which he had been performing the function of command, and they were not pristine now because he had been sealed in his quarters for 14 hours and had come through a maintenance access point that was designed for equipment rather than for iridescent robes, and the crease at the left shoulder would not recover without attention that was not currently available. He looked at his bridge, at the 2 humans at his command consoles, at 12 members of his crew against the forward wall with the turret indicators pointed at them. He cataloged it all in the way that he cataloged everything, completely and in order. His bridge, his crew against the forward wall with the turret indicators pointed at them. 2 humans at his command consoles, running his ship's systems, with the IFF database showing on the display panel above the secondary console the cascaded update summary, human genome markers, command class, Regency genome markers, hostile bio-waste, 6-second cascade, ship-wide, completed 18 minutes ago. He stood at the maintenance access, and he held himself upright, and he did not speak for a long moment. And Elias could read, from the quality of the silence, that Vax was doing what Vax did, cataloging. Koba was on the bridge. Elias had not arranged this, or had arranged it only in the sense that he had left the bridge's port maintenance access open when the blast door breach gave them entry, and Koba had found the access in the way that Koba found things, by moving through the spaces available to her with the systematic attention she had brought to every space she had ever occupied, and the bridge was available, and she had entered it and positioned herself at the left side of the primary command console with her weight slightly forward and her attention on Vax, in the specific posture she adopted when she had not yet made a determination about a situation. Vax looked at her. She looked at him. "The remaining holdouts," Elias said, not looking up from the navigation console, where he was finishing the heading calculation. "Engineering sub-level 3, aft maintenance section 2, crew quarters deck 4, section 9-7. He confirmed the calculation and locked the heading. "The IFF network has targeting solutions on all of them. Your crew's biosignatures, active locks." Vax said nothing. "The menagerie alarm system," Elias continued. Still active. The sound carries through every corridor on the ship. Any Regency vessel that approaches to board will hear it before they open an airlock. He looked up then and looked at Vax directly, which was the first time in their 11 days aboard the same ship that they had looked at each other on equal ground. Not handler to commander, not specimen to collector. They will identify the alarm. They will know what generates it, and they will have a decision to make about what is in those corridors. You have turned my ship against my crew, Vax said. His register was the formal, measured one, the catalog entry voice, precise and careful, the voice he used when naming something that required accurate language. Your ship is performing exactly the function it was designed to perform, Elias said. Protecting authorized personnel against designated threats. We updated the designations. He looked at the IFF summary on the display. At the cascaded update, time-stamped, logged, confirmed by the ship's own security protocol. The ship doesn't know we did that. From the ship's perspective, it has been operating correctly from the moment we boarded. Vax looked at his crew against the wall. At the turret indicators. He was breathing at a controlled rate, the deliberate measured respiration of someone who had identified that their respiratory function was compromised and was managing the compromise the way that trained professionals managed physiological adversity, with attention and discipline and without the visible distress that less trained people would have shown. He was, Elias noted, still functioning at a significantly higher level than his crew, most of whom had been on the bridge without the benefit of sealed quarters and the additional time for managed adaptation that the quarters had provided. Vax's eyes moved to the navigation display, to the locked heading. Imperial Homeworld, Elias said. Your ship arrives as a silent, drifting vessel. No weapons hot, no communication. Exactly as it left, except that the manifest will be different from the one that departed the reserve. Your crew cataloged us, Elias said, before Vax could frame the next question. Every scan, every assessment, every classification report filed with the Regency's acquisition database since first contact. Biological grade D, non-threat, sub-threshold aggression, handlers of organic assets, apparatus for specimen management. He looked at the IFF summary again, at the two designations in their new positions. We didn't change the categories. We changed which one we're in. The manifest, Vax said. The crew is caged. The handlers are gone. Elias looked at Vax, at the man who had stood in the reserve and looked at a tiger's enclosure and said, You require metal walls to survive proximity to your own specimen. The Regency wanted a demonstration of what Earth produces. We're providing one. The holdout in engineering sub-level had made a decision 14 minutes ago that the IFF cascade had been noted but not yet acted on, and that the maintenance crawl space above the sub-level junction could be used to reach a secondary power conduit that might, if compromised, interrupt the targeting power feed to the turret array in that section. It was a reasonable tactical analysis. It was the correct move, given the constraints. The Imperial engineer who had identified it had been trained well and was thinking clearly, which was more than could be said for most of the remaining crew, and she had spent 12 minutes reaching the crawl space and beginning the work on the power conduit. She had not known about the thermal monitoring system in the crawl space, which was not the same system as the corridor sensor network. It was a separate system, installed in the crawl spaces and maintenance access passages at the ship's commissioning, because the crawl spaces and maintenance passages were the parts of the ship that the corridor sensors didn't cover, and the thermal monitoring had been installed to close that coverage gap, and it used a different threshold than the Vermin Protocol's 90-kilogram mass differential, because the thermal monitoring was not a targeting system and was not subject to the same design constraints as the targeting systems. It was a detection system. it detected. It had been detecting her for 11 minutes. She had not known about the thermal monitoring system in the crawl space, which was not the same system as the corridor sensor network, and was not subject to the same threshold as the Vermin Protocol, and which had been reading her body heat in the crawl space for the 11 minutes since she'd entered it, and which had been, for those 11 minutes, waiting for the IFF confirmation that its thermal track was a designated hostile. The IFF confirmation had arrived 18 minutes ago. The thermal monitoring system escalated to the turret array in that section. The sound came through the ship's structural acoustic pathway. Not loud, not the concussive percussion of a major weapons discharge, but the specific contained report of a close-quarters directed energy engagement in an enclosed space, brief and definitive, and then the ship returned to the quality of silence that it had been maintaining since the bridge was taken. Vax did not move. He heard what the sound meant. He catalogued it in the way that he had catalogued everything across 23 years, accurately, completely, with the professional discipline of someone whose entire career had been built on the correct identification and naming of things. What the sound meant was one of his people, in a crawl space above engineering sub-level, making the correct tactical decision with the information available to them, reaching a position from which they had a real chance of interrupting the engagement sequence, doing everything correctly, and discovering that correctly was not enough because the ship's coverage systems had been running on different instructions for 18 minutes. He catalogued it. He said nothing. 2 remaining in aft maintenance section, 7 in crew quarters deck 4 section 9. The IFF network had active locks on all of them, patient and precise, and waiting for the thermal monitoring system's confirmation cycle to complete for each position. He had not instructed the ship to wait. The confirmation cycle was the ship's own protocol, a built-in pause that the Regency's engineers had installed to prevent false positive engagements, a human factors consideration that had been deemed necessary because even the best targeting systems occasionally misidentified a thermal signature, and the pause was designed to give the system time to confirm before committing. It was a cautious design choice. It was, in this context, a countdown. Elias let the silence sit for 4 seconds. "The ship does it now," he said, not to Vax, to the observation, to the fact of the ship executing its own defense protocols against its own crew with the same clean efficiency it had executed every other function. "We don't have to." He looked at the display showing the IFF active lock summary, at the thermal monitoring system's status indicators for aft maintenance and Deck 4 Section 9, both reading acquired, both waiting on the engagement confirmation that the turret protocol required before committing to fire. "The most dangerous thing about a human isn't that we can kill you." He looked at Vax. "It's that we can make your own home kill you for us." The thermal monitoring system completed its confirmation cycle for the 2 positions in aft maintenance section. The turret array received the engagement authorization. The ship handled it. The engagement summary logged in the operational record at 1947 hours, time-stamped, confirmed, filed with the same impeccable precision as every other system event since the Aurelian had entered slipstream transit. The log entry read, "Automated Threat Response, IFF-designated hostile biological signatures neutralized, aft maintenance section, Deck 4 Section 9, engagement completed within protocol parameters." The operational log was complete. 22 days of entries. From the Aurelian's departure from the reserve to this moment, every system event recorded with the timestamps and confirmation codes and authorization signatures that the Regency's operational documentation standards required. Every IFF update, every atmospheric adjustment, every surveillance loop installation, every access event on every restricted system, every engagement, logged and classified and filed in the format that the Regency's audit division would use when they received the ship and reviewed its record. The audit division was going to have a difficult review. The log would show that every action had been taken by authorized personnel with valid credentials following correct procedures. It would show the ship performing exactly as designed, executing exactly the functions it had been built to execute. It would show, in the Regency's own documentation language, that the most powerful warship in its fleet had been taken by a team of handlers with soap and wire, using nothing but the ship's own systems, in approximately 10 days, with 0 casualties on the handler side, starting from Cargo Section 7 with a collection of animals and a set of maintenance kits that the dock inspectors had cleared as non-threatening biological maintenance supplies. The log would show all of this. The log would show it accurately. The log would show it in full. Vax stood at the maintenance access point on his bridge, on his ship, in the presence of the things his civilization had classified as handlers, and he held himself upright at 14.7 psi, and he said nothing, because there was nothing in the vocabulary of the Regency's collecting tradition that had a word for this. The ship had killed its crew. Not a human, not a weapon that a human had carried or deployed or aimed. The ship had identified the designated threats in its coverage zones and had executed its threat response protocol and had filed the engagement summary in the operational log and had returned to standby because the threat response protocol had a standby state and the ship had returned to it, and the ship did not have a state for what had just happened, did not have a category for it, did not have a word, and so it filed the engagement summary and returned to standby and went on managing its systems. Vax looked at Koba. Koba looked at Vax. She had not moved from her position at the left side of the command console since he had entered the bridge. Her tail was still. Her weight was still slightly forward. Her eyes were flat and amber and entirely present. He had catalogued her as a Grade 1 acquisition. He had assessed her as a near-optimal example of apex terrestrial predation. He had noted her behavioral profile in his preliminary report as exceptional. He had been correct about all of it. The ship had done it correctly, by its own standards, in the proper sequence, with full documentation. The heading was locked. The Aurelian was already moving, on a course its original crew had not set, toward a destination it had not been designed to reach, carrying the evidence of what had happened here in a log that would arrive at the Imperial home world before any other account. The most powerful vessel in the Regency fleet was underway. It was going home. And it was going to tell everything. Chapter 16. The Vessel of Bone. The bridge was quiet with the specific quiet of a space that had been a command center and was now something else. Not a ruin. Not destroyed. The displays were active, all of them, reporting the Aurelian status in the dense, layered data language that had been designed for a crew that was no longer here to read it. The navigation console was showing the locked heading. The life support console was showing the atmospheric status of every section of the ship, including the sections where the status was no longer relevant to anyone who could receive the information. The security console was showing the IFF network's active state, the two-tier database, human genome markers, command class, Regency genome markers, hostile bio-waste, and the coverage status of every turret in every corridor, all of them green, all of them operational, all of them waiting with the patient readiness of systems that did not experience fatigue. The Aurelians' high guard corpses were in the positions they had come to rest in. Elias had not moved them. He would move them before the ship reached the Imperial home world, because the homeworld needed to receive the ship in the specific configuration that communicated what needed to be communicated, and the specific configuration was not the bridge as it was now, but the bridge as it would be when they arrived. Ordered, deliberate, arranged. But that was a later task. The task now was the ship's remaining sections, and the sections had remaining work. Sarah had finished the log operation 20 minutes before Vax arrived on the bridge. The Aurelian's operational log was intact. She had not wiped it because the log was the point. The log was the message. But she had made one addition, a video file appended to the log's media record at the 22-day mark, flagged as commander-authorized broadcast material. The video was 40 seconds long. It showed Earth, the reserve, the morning before the delegation arrived, the light coming through the haze that had not been cleaned since the first survey drones crossed the atmosphere 11 years ago, and two humans in handlers' uniforms standing in the processing yard with the collection's leashes in their hands, looking at the camera. The file was compressed for broadcast at the Regency's standard transmission frequency, attached to the ship's automatic identification packet that would go out when the Aurelian entered the homeworld signal range. It would be the first thing the homeworld received from the Aurelian, before the ship was close enough to see, before the boarding parties launched, before any visual confirmation of what the ship carried and what it did not. The first signal the Imperial homeworld would receive from the Aurelian would be two humans in dirty handlers' uniforms holding leashes, looking at a camera and saying nothing because they didn't need to say anything, because the log said everything, and the log was coming right behind it. Sarah was at the atmospheric control terminal, which was the secondary console on the port side that she had taken as her operational position since the bridge fell. She had the ship's section-by-section atmospheric status on the left display and the thermal monitoring system's active track data on the right, and she was running a cross-reference with the focused efficiency she brought to anything that was simultaneously a navigation problem and a chemistry problem. "Deck 4, Section 9, still reading heat traces," she said. "Not the crew quarters, the maintenance access off the section's environmental corridor." A pause while she ran the cross-reference. "Small signatures, 2, maybe 3. Either they're staying very still or they weigh less than I'd expect." She tilted her head at the display, which, after everything else that's happened on this ship, I'm choosing to find funny rather than alarming. "Bio-purge," Elias said. She ran the atmospheric isolation protocol for Deck 4, Section 9's environmental corridor, sealing the section's air exchange from the rest of the ship's circulation, reducing the oxygen supply to the section's atmosphere to a level that the thermal signatures in that section would find progressively inhospitable in the way that a closed room with diminishing oxygen always became progressively inhospitable, which was not quickly and not violently, but was complete, in the way that chemistry was complete when given adequate time and the correct conditions. She set the protocol parameters and logged the initiation time and moved to the next section flag on her display. "Forward maintenance access, Deck 2, she said. "Single signature moving, heading toward the secondary emergency station." She ran the cross-reference. "They're going for the emergency beacon." "Isolation," Elias said. She isolated the forward maintenance access atmospheric circuit from the ship's main circulation. The emergency beacon was a hardened transmitter designed to function independently of the ship's main communication network, powered by a dedicated battery rather than the ship's primary power grid, capable of broadcasting on frequencies that penetrated the void's signal environment. It was a well-designed piece of emergency equipment. It would take approximately 4 minutes to reach from the current position of the thermal signature on Deck 2, and the atmospheric isolation protocol for the forward maintenance access would reach its operative concentration approximately 3 minutes and 40 seconds after initiation. Sarah set the timer. Elias moved to the aft section of the bridge, where Vax had been standing for 40 minutes in the posture of someone who was managing 14.7 psi and the accumulated evidence of the last 11 days simultaneously. Vax had not spoken since the thermal monitoring system had completed its confirmation cycle on the aft maintenance holdouts. He had cataloged that. He had cataloged the engagement log entry. He had cataloged the heading and the renamed ship and the two humans at his command consoles and Koba at the left side of the primary console, who had not moved and had not looked away, and whose tail had not moved since Vax entered the bridge. "There will be Regency vessels," Vax said. He said it in the catalog entry register, the formal, measured voice he used for accurate observations. "When we reach the home world, there will be vessels that will attempt to board." "Yes," Elias said. "You intend to allow them." "We intend to ensure that the conditions they encounter when they board are informative." Vax was quiet for a moment. He was looking at the display showing the menagerie alarm system's status. Active, at reduced volume from the bridge, but broadcasting through every corridor speaker in the midsection and aft of the ship, the containment alarm that had been running since the barrier cascade, the sound that any Regency crew would identify before they opened an airlock, that would tell them, in the sonic language of their own acquisition protocols, that something in the ship's biological housing section was uncontained and that the corridors were not safe. "The alarm," he said. "The alarm stays on," Elias said. "Any vessel that approaches will hear it before they board. They will know what generates it. They will have to make a decision about what is in those corridors." He looked at Vax. "We want them to take time making that decision." He moved to the primary console where Koba was still at her position, and he stood beside her. And she moved her attention from Vax to him in the specific way that she adjusted to his presence. Not the 2-degree path adjustment she gave the operational space, but the acknowledgement of something she had a relationship with, a slight shift of her body toward rather than around. He put his hand on the console surface and felt the fusion core's vibration through the housing, the deep, committed pulse of the ship running its systems, doing its work, carrying its evidence. "The Empire wanted a zoo," he said. He was looking at Vax, but he was also talking to the displays, to the operational log that was recording everything, to the ship that would carry these words as part of its 22-day record. "We're just making sure the gates stay locked." He looked at the IFF summary, at the 2-tier database, at the turret network's green coverage indicators, patient and ready, doing exactly the function they had been designed to do. From the inside. Vax received this. He received it in the way he received everything now, with the careful, complete attention of a man who understood that he was, for the first time in 23 years of collection, the thing that was being cataloged. He was a specimen. He had always been a specimen. This was the realization that had arrived in his sealed quarters over 14 hours. In the slow, systematic way that a correct conclusion arrived when all the evidence was finally arranged in the correct order. He had been a specimen since the reserve, since the bow that lasted 5 counts, since the moment a lens in a collar seam had resolved his irises in ambient light and stored the resolution in a relay transmitter in a floor drain. He had been in the collection since before the Aurelian left the surface. He had just not been told. He moved to the secondary console and confirmed the IFF configuration one final time. Human genome markers, command class. Regency genome markers, hostile bio-waste. The designation was not temporary. It had been written into the IFF's primary database rather than its operational overlay, which meant it would persist through any system restart, any maintenance cycle, any attempt to reboot the defense network, without first accessing the primary database with commander-level authorization. The authorization was now defined as human genome markers. The Regency's engineers would eventually find the right sequence of steps to reverse this. They would need time and access and the willingness to work inside a ship whose every corridor speaker was broadcasting the containment alarm and whose every turret was tracking their biosignatures with active targeting locks. He did not think they would rush. The Aurelian's log would carry these words to the Imperial homeworld at the same heading as the ship, at the same velocity, in the same operational record that carried the IFF update and the atmospheric adjustment logs and the engagement summaries and the surveillance loop installation and every other system event of the past 22 days. All of it time-stamped, all of it confirmed, all of it in the Regency's own documentation language. The log would arrive before any other account. The log would be the first account. And the first account would say, in the Regency's own documentation language, with the Regency's own timestamps and authorization signatures, that the most powerful warship in the fleet had been operated for 22 days by a team of 9 handlers and a tiger, using cleaning supplies and wire, without a single casualty on the handler side, starting from a cargo section designated for non-essential biological support staff. The log would not editorialize. It never did. It would simply record what had happened, in the sequence it had happened, in the language the Regency had built to record things exactly as they were. The Regency was going to have to find a word for what it was reading. The Regency did not currently have a word for it. The Regency had, until 11 days ago, had a word for the people who had done it. Handlers. Non-threat. Biological grade D. The Regency was going to need a different word. Sarah completed the ship's security configuration at the secondary console and ran the final system check, and the check came back clean, and she looked at the display showing the Deck 4 Section 9 atmospheric status and the forward maintenance access status and made the notation that the notation required and closed the protocols. The Aurelian's remaining sections were secure. The ship's identification records had been updated. The name in the navigation system, the name in the automated identification packet, the name in the ship's own operational log, the specimen. It had been Elias's only flourish of the entire operation, the single element that was purely expressive rather than tactical. And he had made it because the log was going to the Regency, and the log needed a name. And the Aurelian was not the right name for what the ship was now. The specimen was accurate. It was the Regency's own word, applied in the direction the Regency had not designed it to travel. The Aurelian's remaining sections were secure. The menagerie alarm ran its cycle through the corridor speakers, steady and unrelenting. The sound of 11 Earth specimens loose in an Imperial warship, broadcasting on every frequency the ship's internal system could reach. Any boarding team would hear it. Any boarding team would hesitate. Any boarding team would have to decide in the corridor outside the airlock with that sound in the speakers whether the corridors were safe. The corridors were not safe. The alarm was correct about that, in the way that alarms were sometimes correct about the things they were named for, and also correct about other things that the alarm designers had not fully considered when they named them. Koba stood at the command console and watched the bridge and was still. Elias sat in Vax's chair, which was the commander's chair, which was the highest-backed position in the command arc, centered on the navigation display that was showing the locked heading to the Imperial home world. He sat the way he sat at the end of things that had required a long time to complete, not relaxed, not relieved, not satisfied in any way that required expression, simply present, in the position, with the work done and the ship running and the heading locked. He held the commander's shattered scepter in his hands. which he had taken from the deck beside the chair when he sat down, where Vax had apparently left it at some point during the 14 hours he had spent in his quarters before the bridge fell. It was an ornamental instrument, more symbol than function, and it had a fracture running through its shaft at an angle that suggested it had been applied to something harder than it was at some point, with more force than the material could accommodate. He did not ask about this. He held it, and he felt the ship moving under him toward the home world, and he looked at the navigation display that was showing the heading, and he thought about 4 years and 11 days and 118 steps per minute, and what a consistent pace arrived at eventually. It arrived, and in the corridors of the specimen, the menagerie alarm ran its patient cycle through the speakers, and the turret network maintained its coverage with the green indicators of systems that were performing their function, and the ship's log continued its real-time record of the heading and the systems and the status updates, and the 2 humans at the command consoles of the most powerful warship in the Regency fleet, doing the work that remained toward the destination that was locked at the pace that a consistent heading produced. Not fast, not slow, the pace of something that had decided it was going to arrive. Chapter 17, The Apex Protocol. The specimen arrived at the Imperial homeworld at 0400 hours, local astronomical time, in the window between the Night Watch's final security sweep and the Day Watch's first sensor calibration, which was not a coincidence. Elias had calculated the arrival window from the homeworld's published orbital patrol schedule 11 months before the operation began, when the schedule had still been classified, and when obtaining it had required a series of steps that he had undertaken without documenting and that he would not document now. He had calculated the window and had set the heading and had locked it, and the heading had held, and the ship had arrived at 0400 in the window between the sweeps. It drifted. The Imperial homeworld from orbital distance was gold. Not metaphorically, the capital district's towers were faced in a material that caught the local star's spectrum and returned it in the yellow-gold range, and the effect at orbital altitude was a planet with a luminous crown at the precise location of its largest city. A light that was visible from the approach corridor as a concentrated warmth against the dark of the planetary disk. Elias had seen it in photographs, in the intelligence materials that had accompanied the mission briefing, and the photographs had not communicated the scale of it, the sheer quantity of material and intention required to make a planet visible in that specific way from that specific distance. It was a civilization's worth of self-expression, visible from space, saying, "We built this, and we are here, and we intend to remain." 3 kilometers of Regency warship, running all its systems, broadcasting its identification packet on the standard frequencies, its navigation lights active, its exterior lighting in the standard transit configuration, and drifting at the minimal velocity of a vessel that had completed its transit phase and was holding position pending final approach authorization, which was exactly what the identification packet said it was doing. The packet said the Aurelian. The packet still said Aurelian, because the renamed designation was in the log and not in the external broadcast header, because Elias had been specific about which systems carried which information, and the external header carried the name the home world expected to receive, had completed the acquisition transit, and was requesting approach authorization for standard cargo offload. The homeworld's automated orbital control acknowledged the packet and logged it, and returned an approach authorization on the standard frequency, and noted in its own operational record that the Aurelian had arrived on schedule and was proceeding to standard cargo offload protocol. No shots were fired. The homeworld's defense network did not activate. The orbital patrol did not divert. 3 kilometers of warship drifted in the approach corridor with its navigation lights on, and its identification packet broadcasting, and the homeworld's automated systems treating it as exactly what it claimed to be, because it claimed to be the Aurelian returning from an acquisition run with Imperial biological cargo, and that was a category of event that the homeworld systems processed routinely, had processed for 11 years, had never had cause to process any differently. The transmission went out at 0411. Not through the Aurelians' repaired communication system. Those had been destroyed as part of the ship preparation. A deliberate elimination of the comms officer's station that left the transmit function non-functional except for the automated identification broadcast. The transmission went through a relay system that Sarah had placed in low orbit during the approach, a device the size of a cargo canister that had been released from the ship's secondary airlock at 0352, and that had drifted to its position in the approach corridor's shadow zone and had begun broadcasting at the correct moment on every frequency the Regency's standard communication spectrum used. Every frequency. Simultaneously. The transmission was the video file, 40 seconds of Elias and Sarah on Earth, standing in the processing yard of the Ural Reserve in the early morning light, the sky its permanent gray, the holding structure behind them, the leashes in their hands. They were not speaking in the video. They were looking at the camera. They were entirely still, in the way that people were still who had been still for a very long time and had arrived at the end of that time at a position from which stillness was the only appropriate expression of what the position meant. The 40 seconds ended. The transmission looped. The home world received it on every channel. The defense network received it. The orbital patrol received it. The cargo offload facility that had been preparing to receive the Aurelians' biological specimens received it. Every vessel within standard broadcast range received it. They received 40 seconds of 2 humans in dirty handlers' uniforms holding the collection's leashes and saying nothing, on a loop from a point in the approach corridor where no vessel that the orbital defense network could identify was present, broadcast simultaneously on every frequency, while the Aurelian drifted toward the cargo offload facility with its navigation lights on and the home world's approach authorization logged and the Aurelian's operational log queued for transmission on the standard cargo data channel. The log transmission began at 0414. The cargo data channel was not monitored by a human operator at 0414. It was monitored by the acquisition database's automated intake system, which received cargo data transmissions and filed them and acknowledged receipt and moved on, the way automated systems moved on, without reading what had been filed. The acquisition database had received acquisition data from every Regency transit for 11 years, and in 11 years of receiving acquisition data, it had received no transmission that required it to do anything other than file and acknowledge. It filed. It acknowledged. The Aurelian's 22-day operational log was now in the Royal Menagerie's acquisition database, indexed under the transit reference number that the Aurelian's identification packet had established when it entered the approach corridor, accessible to any Regency official with acquisition database clearance, waiting to be read. 22 days of the Aurelian's operational record, transmitted at the cargo data channel's standard rate, in the format the homeworld's cargo processing system used to intake acquisition data and file it in the Royal Menagerie's biological inventory. The system received it as it received all cargo data transmissions, automatically, completely, filed in the acquisition database before any human reader had opened the file. The acquisition database now contained, in its official record, a 22-day operational log from the Aurelian's transit that described, in complete and accurate detail, in the Regency's own documentation language, what had happened to the Aurelian and everyone aboard it since it left the Ural Reserve. The collectors arrived at 0437. Two boarding vessels from the cargo offload facility, standard complement, carrying the processing staff who handled incoming acquisitions, the biologists and catalogers and veterinary technicians who managed the transition of specimens from transit environment to permanent housing in the royal menagerie. They had received the approach authorization. They had received the identification packet. They had not yet processed the operational log because the operational log had been transmitted to the acquisition database, and the acquisition database was a file that people opened on the day shift, and the day shift had not begun. They arrived at the Aurelian's cargo airlock with the equipment and the expectation of a biological acquisition transit. Specimens in containment requiring offload. The airlock opened. The Aurelian's airlock was standard Regency cargo offload configuration, wide enough to pass large specimen containers sealed with the double lock system that biological transit required, opening smoothly on the magnetic actuators that had been maintained by the ship's automated systems throughout the transit because the automated systems did their work regardless of what else was happening aboard. The airlock's inner seal released. The corridor beyond it was lit at the standard level. The deck plating was clean. The cleaning drones had run their cycle 8 minutes ago and would run it again in 32 minutes, and the corridor was the cleanest surface on a ship that had experienced 22 days of the thing the operational log described. The menagerie alarm was the first thing they heard, because the menagerie alarm had been running continuously since the barrier cascade and was broadcasting through every corridor speaker in the ship at full volume. The sound of uncontained biological specimens in an Imperial warship. The specific alarm that every person involved in Regency biological acquisition had been trained to recognize and to treat as a signal to assess before proceeding. They heard it before they stepped through the airlock. They stopped. The corridors of the Aurelian were empty. The surveillance loop was still running in the security hub, showing the same 9-day-old footage of peaceful, unremarkable corridors, empty corridors, lit by the lighting that had predated the aft section flutter, undisturbed by anything that was currently in them. The boarding team's handheld scanners showed the thermal signatures of 11 biological entities distributed through the ship's mid and aft sections, moving at large in corridors that the surveillance display showed as empty. The handheld scanners showed the thermal signature of one very large entity in the forward section, on the bridge. The boarding team's team leader made the assessment that trained people made when the available information produced a result that was not compatible with the expected situation. He stopped, and he looked at the information, and he considered it, and he opened the acquisition log that the cargo data transmission had filed in the database, because the acquisition log was the document that described the current status of the cargo, and the current status of the cargo was apparently different from what the approach authorization had implied. He read the first entry, he read the second. He scrolled. The log was organized in the Regency's standard operational documentation format, time-stamped, categorized, each entry cross-referenced to the system that had produced it. The first entries were routine: transit initiation, approach departure, cargo manifest confirmation, crew complement, logged. Standard. The entries became less standard at the 47-hour mark when the communications relay system had begun its degradation. They became significantly less standard at the 63-hour mark when the life support substation's environmental sensors had filed their first nominal reading under conditions that the log's subsequent entries would clarify were not nominal. They became, at the 78-hour mark, entries that the team leader read and reread and read a third time because the documentation format was familiar and the events the documentation was describing were not. He read for 11 minutes before he transmitted back to the cargo offload facility and told them to alert the defense network. And in those 11 minutes, the transmission loop had played 16 times on every frequency, and 40,000 Regency citizens in the homeworld's capital district had accessed the broadcast on their personal communication devices, and the log was fully downloaded and indexed in the acquisition database, and the Aurelian's bridge, when the defense network's response vessels arrived, showed one large felid in the commander's chair and no humans anywhere the scanners could reach, because the handlers had left the ship at 0345 when they released the relay device, and the ship had continued to the homeworld's approach corridor on its locked heading without them, as it had been configured to do, carrying its cargo and its log and its alarm and the IFF database that was, at this moment, targeting every Regency biosignature that had entered the ship with active engagement locks that the boarding team had not known to check before they entered. The defense network vessels held position outside the airlock. They could hear the alarm. It was audible through the hull at the airlock seal. Not the alarm itself, which was contained within the Aurelian's interior, but the alarm's vibration, conducted through 3 kilometers of hull plate, and arriving at the contact point of 2 docked vessels as a faint but unmistakable oscillation in a frequency range that every member of the defense network boarding team had been trained to identify and had been trained to treat as a signal that the interior of the ship was not safe to enter without additional information. They had additional information. They had the log, which the team leader had transmitted to the defense network commander the moment he stopped reading it and reached for his communication device. They had the log, and they had the IFF alert that the boarding team's scanner had just generated for every biosignature in the ship's corridors, which was hostile bio-waste, every one of them, the same designation, running on the active targeting lock network that the log described in the IFF update entry at the 18-day mark. The defense network commander had the log. He was reading it. He would be reading it for a while. The defense network vessels held position outside the airlock. They could hear the alarm. They were assessing. On Earth, the remaining Imperial collectors who had not departed with the Aurelian were rounded up from their survey positions in the reserve and in the adjacent territories over the following 72 hours by people who had been waiting in those positions for 22 days, which was exactly how long the operation had been scheduled to take, and who had been given instructions that were specific, no casualties on the collector side. The collectors were processed and documented and transported to the Regency's nearest territorial boundary and released with everything they had arrived with, including their scanning equipment and their acquisition manifests and their cataloging tools. They were released as witnesses. They were the message's delivery mechanism, supplementary to the log and the broadcast, but more visceral, because they had been on the surface, and the surface had rounded them up, and the surface had let them go, and the surface had done both of those things without firing a shot, and they were going home now to explain what the surface was. On the relay device in the approach corridor's shadow zone, the transmission continued its loop. 40 seconds of 2 humans holding leashes, still, patient, looking at the camera. Then the final transmission played, not on loop once on the cargo data channel at full broadcast strength, the channel that every vessel in the homeworld's orbital network was monitoring for the Aurelian's data, the channel that the acquisition database's intake system was still monitoring, the channel that was still open because the log transmission had established the connection and the connection had not been closed. And what played through it was not operational data and was not a standard cargo data transmission format, and was not anything the intake system had a category for, and which the intake system therefore filed in the acquisition database's miscellaneous media record alongside 40 seconds of two humans holding leashes. You spent centuries looking for the galaxy's deadliest predator. Congratulations, you found us.